Chapter 2430. Demon City. Cold winds blew and demon chi filled the sky. Back then, the heavenly demon saint had fallen here, causing the entire demon city to become like this. Over the years, there would be a group of supreme talents entering the demon city every time it opened. Of course, the opening of the demon city also meant the start of the killing. Batch after batch of martial artists were eliminated by time. The names on the demon god list kept changing. More than a decade ago, Fang Chen had entered the demon city and massacred the supreme talents on the demon god list at the Yin Tomb Spring. He had broken the rules of the demon city and was expelled by the demon city's heaven and earth rules. Then, he was separated from his brothers. After more than a decade, he had finally returned. The heavenly demon saint was indeed powerful back then. The current Fang Chen was no longer the same as before. As he flew above the demon city, he could clearly feel the monstrous demonic chi rippling throughout the city. The more it was so, the more he was impressed. The heavenly demon saint was too powerful. Although he was only in the mysterious true realm, he was able to fight against a mysterious god realm almighty. That alone was enough to make people tremble. "My brothers, are you all okay?" Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen expanded his consciousness and quickly spread it in all directions. There was a wasteland not far from Fang Chen. At that moment, there was a black-clothed man in the wasteland. His hair was disheveled and he was in a mess. He was being chased by someone. Swoosh. Every time the black-clothed man waved his sword, it would shoot out a shocking sword light. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize the sword principle aura around the black-clothed man. It was the demon-killing sword principle, the rival of the Azura sword principle. The black-clothed man was Mo Luosha, who had helped Fang Chen before. The monster Mo Luosha was happy and angry. He would go on a killing spree without saying anything. "Mo Luosha, you're dead meat." The person who was chasing him was once the top expert on the demon god list. But now, he was ranked 6th on the demon god list. Damn it. Mo Luosha's eyes were scarlet red as he entered a frenzied state. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Mo Luosha roared as he waved the sword in his hand. The demon-killing sword principle was pushed to the extreme. "It's useless." The figure of the former #1 expert on the demon god list flashed as he struck out palm after palm, shattering the demonic killing sword light. After that, he took a step forward, approached Mara Kill, and smashed his fist towards Mara Kill's head. Die. Boom. Violent energy surged out from Mara Kill's body as he desperately tried to defend himself, but it was to no avail. Crack. His defenses were shattered. Death was so close to him. "I, Mo Luo, have dominated the Devil City for so long. Am I going to die just like that?" Mo Luosha was unwilling to give up. He had imagined countless times how he would die. Who would have thought that he would die in such an aggrieved manner? In the distance, Fang Chen's divine sense happened to discover this scene. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. "Mara slaughter?" Then, with a thought, Fang Chen appeared in front of Mara Sha. Bang! The former #1 expert on the demon god list smashed his fist onto Fang Chen's body with heart-palpitating power. The black vibranium armor appeared around the latter's body and easily blocked the attack. Dong! The violent recoil sent the former #1 expert on the demon god list flying. The latter staggered and managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fang Chen. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of a martial artist made him raise his guard. Mara Kill, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, hurriedly opened his eyes when he heard the voice. "I'm not dead." Mara Kill hurriedly checked his body and found that there was nothing unusual. Soon after, he raised his head and looked to the front. A perfectly straight figure was imprinted into his eyes. "Which senior is this?" Mara Kill thought to himself. He didn't know this person in the demon city. Fang Chen. As he spoke, Fang Chen turned around and looked at Mara Kill with a smile. "How have you been?" Mara Kill was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Fang Chen, you." He clearly remembered that Fang Chen was expelled from the demon city more than 10 years ago. And now, he was standing in front of him and saving him. Has the demon city opened? This was the first thing that came to Mara Shaw's mind. I was wondering who it was. So it's the stray dog expelled from the demon city. A disdainful voice was heard. The former number 1 expert on the demon god list had a mocking expression. Fang Chen turned around and looked at him. He said indifferently, "Do you believe that the stray dog you mentioned only needs 1 finger to kill you? Arrogant." Fang Chen, this person was once the number 1 expert on the demon god list. "Don't be rash," Mara Kill reminded. Fang Chen nodded gently and said, "Don't worry. If he dares to attack, he'll stay here forever." With that, Fang Chen prepared to leave with Mara Kill. "You're leaving just like that?" The former number 1 expert on the demon god list flashed and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Bang! Fang Chen flicked his finger and a terrifying finger beam shot out. The latter could not resist at all and his chest was pierced through. His body fell to the ground and blood spurted out. "I said that if you dare to attack, you'll stay here forever." Fang Chen flicked his finger again and the finger beam pierced through the latter's head. The former number 1 expert on the demon god list was now the 6th expert. Even Mara Kill was no match for him. However, he was killed by Fang Chen with 1 finger. Just how powerful was his strength? Mo Luosha's heart trembled, and raging waves were set off. He looked at Fang Chen in a daze. This guy whom he used to take care of like a junior had unknowingly grown to such a level. In fact, Mara Kill and the others had been in the demon city for a long time and did not know about the outside world. If they returned to illusory star heaven, they would definitely know about Fang Chen's current status. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Fang Chen smiled. Along the way, Fang Chen kept asking Mara Kill about what had happened in the demon city in the past decade. "Brother Fang, the Devil City has undergone earth-shattering changes in the past decade or so." The former top 10 on the demon god list was unshakable. However, now, the top 10 on the demon god list have basically changed, Mara Kill sighed. "By the way, the person I just killed was the former number 1 on the demon god list." "What's his rank now?" Fang Chen asked. "He's now 6th. There are 5 people ahead of him," Mara Kill said. "Oh." Fang Chen was a little curious. After Mara Kill's explanation, Fang Chen knew that the current top 5 on the demon god list were occupied by Xiao Huang and the others. "Looks like the 5 of them are doing well." Fang Chen smiled. "Do you know where they are now?" Speaking of this, Mara Kill paused for a moment and stopped. "What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked with a frown. "They joined forces and defeated the number 1 expert on the demon god list. They dominated the top 5 on the demon god list, causing many experts on the demon god list to be unconvinced and denounce them. At this moment, they should be at the peak of the demon mountain, fighting many experts on the demon god list," Mara Kill said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's figure emitted an icy aura. "Let's go." At the center of the demon city, at the peak of the demon mountain, Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, Pangolin, and the old faker stood side by side. They looked down and saw that almost all the experts on the demon god list were there. Noises came from the bottom of the mountain. The voices were filled with dissatisfaction towards them. "Ch, what gives you the right to occupy the top 5? If you didn't join forces, how could the number 1 expert on the demon god list be defeated by you? What a joke. I'd like to see how you're going to die today." Many people were filled with righteous indignation as they came to the peak of the demon mountain. "The top 5 on the demon god list are occupied by us brothers. Anyone who is unconvinced can come and challenge us," Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. His body was shrouded in violent power and his pair of antennae were extremely terrifying. Beside him, Xiao Hai clapped his hands. Raging waves appeared in the void as if they were going to drown the demon mountain. Pangolin was more steady as he stood quietly. The old faker beside him turned into a towering tree and took root in the demon mountain. His main trunk reached the clouds and countless branches swayed, disturbing people's minds. "We took the number 1 on the demon god list for Brother Shu. For Brother Shu, we have to hold on to this glory. We won't compromise even if we have to fight to our last breath. Let's join forces and turn the world upside down. The four brothers stood side by side. Their auras were soaring and their voices were earth-shattering. Chapter 24:31. Be careful. We are not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. However, there are many of them. If they join forces, it will be difficult to deal with them. Pangolin was the calmest. Although he was fearless, he was still cautious. During this period of time when Fang Chen was not around, it was basically the pangolin who gave advice to the few of them. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just kill them. Xiao Huang was the king ant of the royal ant tribe. He was bloodthirsty and warlike. Kill. There was a deafening roar. Many experts of the demon god ranking charged to the peak of Demon Mountain. Dong. Xiao Huang and the other three brothers fought side by side. Soon, they were caught in a chaotic battle. You are courting death. Xiao Huang's antennae pierced into the head of one of them, killing him instantly. Xiao Hai opened his bloody mouth. Raging waves appeared out of nowhere and washed away some of the weaker warriors. Pangolin displayed his powerful defense perfectly. He blocked countless attacks for the other three brothers. The old faker's branch entangled many experts of the demon god ranking. The battle was extremely intense. In the beginning, the four brothers were still able to gain the upper hand. However, as time passed, they began to weaken. They are exhausted. Let's attack together. Someone roared. Immediately, many experts of the demon god ranking launched the last wave of attacks. It was also the strongest wave of attacks. What should we do? Xiao Hai said while panting. Pangolin's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, now that things have come to this, there is no other way. We can only take a few of them down with us. As he spoke, Pangolin was covered in armor. He charged into the crowd. Poochie. The boundless attack landed on the pangolin's body. In the blink of an eye, its armor had been shattered into pieces. Pangolin was covered in blood. His aura was weak. I will kill all of you. Xiao Huang was completely enraged. He transformed into his original form of the royal ant tribe and charged into the crowd with an invincible aura. The battle at the peak of Demon Mountain was extremely intense. When the four brothers were forced into a dead end, Fang Chen finally arrived. Oh no! Raising his head to look at the peak of the Demon Mountain in the distance, Mo Luosha cursed inwardly. Fang Chen had already taken a step forward and rushed towards the peak of the Devil Mountain. Azura sword technique. With a furious strike, the hidden star sword sharply expanded, turning into a monstrous giant sword, and directly swooped down. Rumble. A terrifying power engulfed the entire peak of the Devil Mountain. Danger. Many experts on the demon god list were encircling the four brothers. Suddenly, they felt a strong sense of danger. Run. Many of them chose to flee at the first moment. However, that shocking gigantic sword did not give them any chance at all as it slashed down on the Demon Mountain. Crack. The huge demonic mountain was split in half by the huge sword. Some of the cultivators that did not escape in time all died tragically. The warriors that managed to escape looked at the demonic mountain that had been split in two with fear and trepidation. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What happened? What happened? The four brothers had narrowly escaped death, and when they saw that shocking huge sword, they had already recognized the star-concealing sword. Their faces were filled with excitement. Boss, ha ha ha. I knew that boss would not abandon us. One man and one sword stood above the peak of the Devil Mountain. A strong wind blew past, and Fang Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. Biting cold murderous intent shrouded the entire Devil Mountain. At that moment, he was like a demon god that had descended, giving off a visual impact. The star-concealing sword gradually shrank and finally returned to its original size. Oh my god, who is he? He split the Devil Mountain in half with a single sword. Isn't he too strong? Is he an unparalleled expert of the Devil City? Many experts on the demon god list discussed softly after experiencing the shock from before. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen turned around and looked at the four brothers. He grinned and said, "Are you all right, boss?" The four brothers swarmed forward and rushed to Fang Chen. They were very happy. At such a critical moment of life and death, their boss had appeared out of nowhere. "Boss, why are you here?" "Boss, you were too impressive just now," the four brothers said excitedly. On the other side of the Devil Mountain, some of the remaining demon godlist experts recognized Fang Chen. "I seem to have seen him somewhere before." "Fang Chen. He is Fang Chen, the Fang Chen who was banished by the Devil City more than a decade ago." For a moment, it was earth-shattering. Many experts on the demon god list were shaken. Fang Chen, who was banished by the Devil City more than a decade ago, had returned and his strength had reached such a level. Everyone was aghast. That shocking sword had made their hearts tremble. "Let's talk later." Fang Chen said a few words to the four brothers before turning to look at the demon god list experts on the other side of the Devil Mountain. "How dare you attack my brothers, Fang Chen? Dying 10,000 times won't be enough." Fang Chen said coldly. "Humph, he's just putting on an act with the help of a supreme treasure." Someone said secretly. "His cultivation is only in the profound heaven realm. Let's attack together and kill him." Some people discovered the extraordinariness of the hidden star sword and wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch it. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered. Everyone was the same. They were selfish. These people would not give up until they reached the end. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. Azura Sword Principle. Fang Chen bellowed and performed the 10th move of the Azura Sword Principle. This move was Fang Chen's trump card. It gathered all the essence of the previous 9 moves and created it. Boom! Sword light came out and shocked the gods. The entire Devil Mountain let out a deafening sound. When the hidden star sword slashed at the other side of the Devil Mountain, many demon godlist experts were beheaded. Crack! The huge Devil Mountain was flattened by Fang Chen's sword. The four brothers were shocked and their faces were full of excited smiles. Their boss was still the same as before. He was still brave. Killing 10,000 enemies with one sword move. Fang Chen's name resounded throughout the Devil City. Many martial artists hiding in the dark felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not ambush the four brothers at that time. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. He's too powerful. Many martial artists gave Fang Chen a very high evaluation. "Boss, your strength has improved too rapidly these years, right?" Xiao Huang grinned. "Yes, defeating 10,000 enemies with one sword move is too domineering," Xiao Hai said. Pangolin smiled slightly and did not speak. The old faker intimately wrapped the branch around Fang Chen's body. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, their brotherhood had not weakened. "By the way, where's Little Mouse?" Fang Chen found that Little Mouse was not there. Hearing this, the four brothers' faces darkened. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. There was a sad atmosphere in the air. "What happened?" Fang Chen asked. The four brothers looked at each other. In the end, Pangolin spoke. "Boss, it's like this." Pangolin told him everything that had happened after Fang Chen was expelled. "Brother Mouse sacrificed himself to save us." Speaking of this, Pangolin was sad. "The four of us joined forces and defeated the former #1 expert on the demon god list. From then on, we forcibly occupied the top 5 positions on the demon god list." Pangolin said, "We fought for Brother Mouse for the #1 position on the demon god list. It's all my fault. I didn't save Brother Mouse." They did not know that Little Mouse was not dead at all. He was taken away by an expert. Fang Chen staggered. His face darkened. His connection with Little Mouse had disappeared. He recalled all his experiences with Little Mouse. He could not accept this reality. How could this be? Fang Chen shook his head hard. He would rather exchange his life for Little Mouse's. Fang Chen vented his anger to his heart's content. The four brothers stood quietly. After a long time, Fang Chen was almost done venting. Pangolin comforted him. "Boss, we will never forget Brother Mouse. Brother Mouse's death made us realize that strength is the most important thing. So, we have been immersed in cultivation all these years. We want to stand at the peak of martial arts one day and fulfill Brother Mouse's wish," Xiao Huang said. "I know." Fang Chen's expression was unusually calm. The calmer he was, the the more the four brothers could feel the sadness in his heart. Let's go out first. In the present Devil City, there was already nothing that could make Fang Chen infatuated. Even the inheritance of the celestial demon saint had been obtained by the four brothers. They had learned some cultivation methods from it, and their strength had improved rapidly. It was time to leave the demon city. But his brother would have to stay here forever. Brother, you will always be my best partner. Chapter 2432. When the demon city opened, many geniuses who were trapped in the demon city rushed out. For a time, the void star sky was filled with experts. However, there was a trace of awe in everyone's heart. They would never forget the stunning sword that appeared out of nowhere at the peak of the demon mountain. Fang Chen had unknowingly become a genius second only to the ancestor of the Star River and other peak experts. Fang Chen's name resounded through the sky in the void star sky. Everyone knew him. At the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain. Boss, my condolences, Pangolin said. They had been used to it for more than 10 years, but sometimes when they thought about it, they would feel sad. Little Mouse's death had been avenged. The dead had passed away, and the living had to live well. Fang Chen clenched his fists and swore in his heart that he would never allow any of his loved ones to leave him. Not a single one. This strengthened his martial path. He wanted to improve his cultivation base and go to the Tianqing ancestral family to save Star and Moon and the others. Boss, hold it in. Xiao Huang saw the fluctuations in Fang Chen's heart and hurriedly said. After returning to the Wuji sword sect, they already knew what had happened in the outside world over the years. They had matured and were no longer the hotheads of the past. They had some unique views on things. Sister-in-law and the others were captured by the Tianqing ancestral family, but since the Tianqing ancestral family wanted to select some outstanding disciples to strengthen the family, they would definitely not be in danger. Therefore, they could not be impulsive. The Tianqing ancestral family was too big. If they were impulsive, they would definitely die. Fang Chen nodded. I know. Fang Chen, I know that you feel guilty about your wife. However, what I want to tell you is that you must not be blinded by hatred. At some point in time, Zhen Wuji appeared behind Fang Chen. As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood. If even you die, who will avenge Star and Moon? Zhen Wuji said. After cultivating for countless years, he had seen many things and had long seen through it. Hoo. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, a ripple suddenly appeared in the darkness. Immediately after, Fang Chen sensed a very obscure aura. Seeing Fang Chen's expression change, the four brothers acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Zhen Wuji also looked left and right. There's no need to look for it. Fang Chen said as he stood up and stared at a certain spot in the void. Voila! Several people walked out of the void. As expected of a genius whose name shakes the void star sky. You actually managed to discover me. The leader of the group had a plump figure, and there was a very conspicuous symbol on his clothes. Tianqing Zong family. Fang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and stared at the three of them. Xiao Huang and the others also entered a state of battle readiness. Aren't you going to ask why we're here? The leader asked with a smile. Do I need to ask? Indeed, there is no need. The leader was stunned for a moment before he said, in any case, whether we ask or not won't change the outcome. Fang Chen nodded lightly. That's right. When you stood on the Wuji Sword Mountain, you were already destined to never return to the Tianqing Zong family. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. The leader sneered, and the two profound Qi realm cultivators behind him rushed out. The black and white twins and the two servants of the leader were both in the profound Qi realm, but when the two of them joined forces, their innate abilities overlapped and were close to the profound star realm. The two of them immediately attacked, wanting to capture and kill Fang Chen. Roar. The roar of a beast came from the two of them. Two shadows, one black and one white, floated in the air and turned into two roaring lions. The two lions leaned against each other, opened their bloody mouths, and spat out endless flames. Is there no one else in the Tianqing Zong family? Why did they send two beasts? Fang Chen said indifferently. Humph, what's the point of showing off? Let's talk about it after we get past the black and white twins. The leader sneered. In the blink of an eye, the two roaring lions approached Fang Chen, and the majestic flames engulfed Fang Chen. Get lost. Fang Chen spat out a word. The level 7 body of 1,000 swords was activated, and a violent force gathered on his fist. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. One punch sent the two lions flying. Dong! The black and white twins fell to the ground, vomiting blood. They were severely injured. Seeing this, the leader was a little stunned. Then, a complicated look flashed across his dark eyes. You defeated the black and white twins with one punch in the profound heaven realm. No wonder you could kill the people of the Tianqing Zong family, the leader said in a deep voice. At this moment, he finally regarded Fang Chen as a cultivator at the same level as him. However, if this is all you have, you will still die. Rumble. The 10,000 swords territory emerged and engulfed the leader in an instant. Then, the violent power of the territory trapped him. The power of the body of 1,000 swords surged. After the body of 1,000 swords reached level 7, the giant sword hidden in the body of 1,000 swords was ready to move. Now, after Fang Chen fully activated the body of 1,000 swords, the giant sword finally whizzed out. Buzz! In the vast sky, a gigantic sword that covered the sky and covered the earth appeared out of nowhere. Above the giant sword, there was an unimaginable power. Dong! The giant sword spun a few times in the air, then swooped down and stabbed into the ground. Hiss! The giant sword stabbed into the 10,000 swords territory and immediately merged with it, causing the 10,000 swords territory to mutate. What's going on? The people of the Tianqing Zong family, who were full of smiles, had their smiles replaced by fear. Their bodies seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and they could not move. Territory power? The leader exclaimed and struggled desperately. Merge. Fang Chen closed his eyes and the mysteries of the body of 1,000 swords appeared in his mind. The giant sword, which had been used by the previous owner of the body of 1,000 swords, instantly disintegrated and the vast power merged into the 10,000 swords territory. Territory, open. Fang Chen bellowed, and the myriad sword domain instantly expanded. With Fang Chen as the core, it continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to nearly 1,000 miles. What a strong territory! Jian Wuji also exclaimed in surprise. He was shocked that Fang Chen's body of 1,000 swords had reached such an incredible level. It was really shocking. Damn it! The leader roared crazily, but he could not break free from the shackles of the 10,000 swords territory. Die! The hidden star sword burst out and the 10th move of the Azura sword art was executed. Bang! The head of the Tianqing Zong family was pierced and the primordial spirit was suspended in the air. Swoosh! Another beam of sword light blasted it apart. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10,000 swords territory quickly shrank and returned to Fang Chen's body. Today, the 10,000 swords territory was truly perfect. Before this, although the 10,000 swords territory was strong, it was still lacking something. Today, the giant sword had filled in the last bit of gap and the 10,000 swords territory was domineering. Ha ha ha, a mystic star realm cultivator is like a dog in front of boss. That's right. Boss is too strong. He's comparable to a mystic light realm cultivator. Fang Chen waved his hand. That person just entered the mystic star realm, and with the 10,000 swords territory being perfected, I was able to kill him by surprise. A true mystic star realm cultivator has many tricks up their sleeves. It's not that easy to kill them. Fang Chen, you don't need to be humble. You're only at the mystic heaven realm right now, Jian Wuji said with a smile. He was also very excited that such a monstrous genius had appeared in the Wuji sword sect. Sect Master, I killed the mystic star realm cultivator of the Sky Pillar Zong family. Will the Zong family send more experts? This was what Fang Chen was worried about. Jian Wuji shook his head. Don't worry. With the old ancestor here, the Sky Pillar Zong family won't dare to send more experts. Now that they've lost a mystic star realm cultivator, they won't be coming for a while. The chaotic void had its own rules. Powerful families such as the Zong family and the Xiu family of Azure Net Heaven. Such a large power, a single family was comparable to a middle-level heaven domain. If they casually attacked a low-grade heaven domain, wouldn't the chaotic void fall into chaos? Therefore, the Sky Pillar Zone family didn't dare to attack openly. They could only infiltrate and slowly control the situation. Many heaven domains are paying attention to the commotion in the void star sky. I think the Sky Pillar Zone family will be more restrained. That's good. With a shake of his hand, Fang Chen took out many spatial rings. These are the spatial rings of the enemies I've killed. There are countless cultivation resources inside. Leave them at the Sword Sect. Chapter 2433. After settling the matters in the illusory star sky, Fang Chen began to head to the Moshation. His mastery of the Azura Sword Dao had reached the point of perfection. His greatest reliance was the Shura Sword Dao. The demonic sword sovereign had helped him a lot. Although he had never met him, he would definitely do what he promised. Furthermore, the Moshation's Cho family had some grudges with him. Originally, he wanted the four brothers to stay in the Wuji sword sect, but they insisted on coming. In the end, Fang Chen could only compromise. Boss, don't underestimate us. If the four of us work together, we're invincible in the mystic heaven realm. Xiao Huang chuckled. You're our boss after all. If you attack anyone you meet, won't you be lowering your status? As long as it's not a cultivator above the mystic Qi realm, leave it to us. Fang Chen was helpless about this. He shook his head and entered the teleportation array. Rumble. The teleportation array opened and Fang Chen's group of 5 disappeared. Although they had left the illusory star sky, Fang Chen's legend had been circulating in the illusory star sky, shocking everyone with one sword. Such a shocking feat would continue to be passed down. The Moshation wasn't too far from the illusory star sky. In the 33 heavens, the Moshation was similar to the illusory star sky. They were both lower middle heavens. However, the Moshation revered the Sword Dao and all cultivators specialized in it. Furthermore, after countless years of evolution, the Moshation Sword Dao had reached its peak. The Cho family was the only overlord in the Moshation. In the past, there was the Shura Sword Dao, but now, there was only the Cho family. The super experts of the Moshation Sword Dao were all gathered in the Cho family. As for the rogue cultivators, they were all sword cultivators who had grasped the basics of the Moshation Sword Dao. Within the Cho family, there were 3 mystic light realm experts. With these 3 ancestors guarding the Cho family, no one could shake the Cho family's position. There were 36 mystic star realm elders. The rest were mystic Qi realm and mystic heaven realm cultivators. As for the chaotic sky gods, there were countless of them. Of course, if such a force was placed in the stardust heavens, they wouldn't be able to dominate the Xiantian world. However, in a remote place like Moshation, he was already considered an absolute overlord. A long time ago, there was a legend. The Cho family once had a super expert of the mysterious realm, but it had always been a legend and no one had ever verified it. Even some of the younger generations of the Cho family thought that it was a fabrication. Mo Shotien was very big, almost twice as big as Shuxing Heaven. The land was fertile, and there were many cultivation resources. This was also why Cho Longying and the others had mocked Shuxing Heaven as a barbarian land back then. Although they were both in remote regions, Moshation was many times better than Shuxing Heaven. North of Moshation, on a mountain peak. Voila! Ripples appeared in the void, and then 5 figures appeared one after another. Thud, thud, thud. After the 5 of them landed on the mountain peak, they looked around. Is this Mo Shotien? Fang Chen could feel that the air was filled with an extremely rich sword principle aura. If he were to cultivate here for a long period of time, his understanding of the way of the sword would definitely increase rapidly. No wonder everyone said that Moshation was a paradise for sword cultivators. Indeed, the rumors were true. From Void Star Sky to Mo Shotien, even though they took the Heaven Crossing Array, it still took 3 months. Boss, what should we do next? Xiao Huang asked. Fang Chen pondered. The Cho family's power in Moshation is very strong. With our current strength, it's impossible to fight them head-on. We have to destroy them one by one. Fang Chen's purpose of coming here was not to destroy the Cho family, but to spread the Tao teachings. As long as the Azura Sword principle appeared in Moshation once again, It would be considered to have completed Demon Sword Supremacy's last wish. Let's find a city to take a look first, Fang Chen said. Soon, the 5 of them found a nearby city. Sword Chi soared into the sky in 10,000 Sword City. Boss, I've already heard the news. Xiao Huang quickly ran over and said, the city lord of 10,000 Sword City is a martial artist at the limit of the profound Chi realm. He has 1 foot in the profound star realm and has been in seclusion. Fang Chen nodded and carefully calculated. I also heard that there is a legend in 10,000 Sword City. What legend? The founder of 10,000 Sword City is the legendary saint of Draconic Demon. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The demonic dragon body refinement technique that he cultivated came from the saint of Draconic Demon. From the demonic dragon body refinement technique, he understood that the saint of Draconic Demon was a profound star realm expert whose strength was close to the profound light realm. However, he had fallen in a large-scale battle. The demonic dragon body refinement technique had a total of 5 levels, and Fang Chen had only obtained the first 3. This 10,000 Sword City was created by the saint of Draconic Demon. Would the remnant of the demonic dragon body refinement technique be here? Fang Chen pondered as he pondered. After a long while, he made a decision. His main purpose in coming to Moshation was to spread the Tao teachings. However, during this time, he had to do everything he could to increase his strength. Let's stay in 10,000 Swords City first, Fang Chen said. The group found an inn. Dear guests, what kind of room do you need? The waiter asked with a smile. Give us an independent courtyard, Fang Chen said. Okay, I'll take you there. Under the guidance of the waiter, the group of 5 arrived at the courtyard. This courtyard was very elegant. There was a pavilion and a pond in the courtyard, giving it a very picturesque feeling. Dear guests, our courtyard is the best in 10,000 Sword City. It's number 1 in the sky. Every month, you have to pay 100,000 mid-grade origin stones. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and handed the 100,000 mid-grade origin stones to the waiter. Don't disturb us if there's nothing important. Don't worry, dear guests. After the waiter left, Xiao Huang and the others grinned and laughed. Boss, the environment in 10,000 Sword City is really good, Xiao Huang said. This courtyard was worthy of being called the number 1 in the sky. It had a unique spirit-gathering formation that gathered the origin energy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the sword aura here was 100 times denser than outside. Cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. The 4 of you split up and asked for information. After giving the instructions, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the Azura Sword Tao. Half a day later, a commotion broke out in the inn. Dear guests, I'm really sorry. Our number 1 courtyard has already been reserved by someone else this morning. The waiter's voice rang out. How about this? We'll let you stay in the number 2 courtyard. Bang! A loud sound rang out, followed by the miserable cry of the waiter. Hurry up and tell the owner of the number 1 courtyard to come out. The number 1 courtyard belongs to our young master. No one can stay there. The abnormality here attracted the attention of the inn's people. Many people looked over and saw a group of over 10 people. One of them was a man wearing a mink fur coat and carrying a huge sword on his back. His body emitted a shocking aura. It's actually the young master of Giant Sword City. Why is he here? Are you talking about young master Ding Dahai? That's right. It's the bloodthirsty and heartless Ding Dahai. Many people recognized Ding Dahai and began to discuss. The waiter was in a dilemma when a voice suddenly rang out. So it's the young master of Giant Sword City. This old man didn't go out to greet you. Please forgive me. An old man with a full beard walked down the stairs and looked at the man in mink fur with a smile. Since you know our young master's name, why haven't you given up the number 1 courtyard? Raged one of his subordinates. I have some dealings with City Master Ding. Since his young master Ding, I naturally have to give him face. I'll go make that person give up the number 1 courtyard. Compared to Ding Dahai, what did Fang Chen count for? The inn also had a huge background. But the owner of the inn had done such a thing. That was enough to show how intimidating Giant Sword City's city master was. Then many thanks. Ding Dahai nodded. The owner of the inn came to the number 1 courtyard to talk to Fang Chen, hoping he could give up the courtyard and even compensate him. You want me to give up the courtyard? Fang Chen sneered. Although he was new here, he was extremely displeased to run into such a situation. I've already paid my core stones. For the next month, this courtyard belongs to me. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Fang Chen directly closed his eyes and sent him off. After the innkeeper was refused entry, he returned to the inn. Young Master Ding. The innkeeper said with some embarrassment, I have negotiated with that person, but the latter insisted on staying in heaven number 1. If we force him out, people will gossip. Ding Dahai snorted coldly and walked straight to sky number 1. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2434. It's rumored that Ding Dahai is a hedonistic son of a rich family. Now that I've seen him, he really lives up to his reputation. He's just borrowing his father's power. If he didn't have the Great Sword City Lord, he wouldn't dare to strut around here. What is this Ding Dahai doing in the 10,000 Sword City? Could it be that the rumors are true? Inside the inn, people were coming and going, all of them discussing. Bang! Ding Dahai directly kicked open the doors of the number 1 residence. Fang Chen opened his eyes and glanced at Ding Dahai with dissatisfaction. I already said that no one is allowed to disturb me. Brat, hurry up and leave the number 1 residence. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. One of Ding Dahai's subordinates viciously said. Fang Chen frowned and looked at the inn owner. Is this how your inn treats its guests? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the inn owner was a bit embarrassed and hastily apologized. Brother, I also have my own difficulties. Ding Dahai is the only son of the Great Sword City Lord. We can't afford to offend him. Hurry up and leave. I can give you 200,000 middle-grade origin stones as compensation. Fang Chen shook his head. I'm not going anywhere. That's not up to you. Ding Dahai, who had been silent this entire time, coldly said. A terrifying ray of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. No one dares to not give me, Ding Dahai, what I need. Ding Dahai grinned. I'll give you a chance. Scram out of the residence and don't let me see you again. Fang Chen shook his head. I've changed my mind. Immediately kneel, kowtow, and call me grandfather 3 times. Then I can spare your life. Ding Dahai's expression sank. The only son of the Great Sword City Lord. How awe-inspiring. I want to see just what ability you have to make me kneel and beg for mercy, said Fang Chen. Senior Master, let me deal with this fellow. One of Ding Dahai's subordinates took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Before he even arrived, his fist arrived first. The fist radiance whistled through the air, carrying with it a powerful force. This person was a profound heaven realm cultivator. In Fang Chen's eyes, he was just an insignificant ant. Profound heaven realm. Many warriors cried out in surprise. Even a random servant was at the mysterious heaven realm. As expected of the Giant Sword City's young master. This person is very young, his strength shouldn't be strong. He shouldn't be challenging Ding Dahai. That's right. He must be new here and doesn't know Ding Dahai's name. This is great. With a profound heaven realm cultivator attacking, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Many people didn't know much about Fang Chen. Their intuition told them that he was just a chaotic sky god. When the fist light hit Fang Chen, the servant was secretly delighted. Die! The servant roared and increased the strength in his fist. He wanted to destroy Fang Chen in one fell swoop. However, what he didn't expect was that, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to penetrate the latter's defenses. How is this possible? Seeing Fang Chen looking at him with a smile, the servant had an ominous premonition. Not good. Immediately after, danger descended. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! The servant was sent flying and fell to the ground, unconscious. Voila! Everyone was shocked. He didn't even move, but he directly sent a profound heaven realm cultivator flying. The real person doesn't show his true strength. This person's cultivation must be in the profound Qi realm. No wonder he didn't give face to Ding Dahai. It turns out that he has something to rely on. At this time, many people finally reacted. Even the innkeeper looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. You're courting death. The remaining servants attacked together to encircle Fang Chen. You're too weak. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a bright light flashed. The servants were just about to move, but they directly fell to the ground. Ding Dahai took in the scene before him. The latter's face was gloomy as he stared at Fang Chen. Who are you? Ding Dahai asked. I'm just a nobody. Ding Dahai shook his head. I know all the profound Qi realm cultivators in Giant Sword City and 10,000 Sword City, but I've never seen you before. Could it be that you're also here for that legend? So what if I am? Fang Chen said. Voila. Ding Dahai grabbed the hilt of the giant sword and slowly pulled it out. I, Ding Dahai, love to fight with the strong. I hope you won't disappoint me. Xiu. As soon as Ding Dahai's voice fell, a bright sword light shot out. Demonic killing sword art? Ding Dahai's control of the demonic killing sword art was too rusty. Fang Chen saw many flaws in it. Bang! Using the Shura sword art, the sword Qi disguised as the demonic killing sword Qi and defeated Ding Dahai's attack. Ding Dahai was stunned, and immediately said, I misjudged. After saying that, Ding Dahai turned and left. Everyone was shocked. Ding Dahai gave up just like that. It didn't seem like his character. This person is very strong. Ding Dahai didn't have full confidence, so he gave up. Otherwise, with Ding Dahai's character, he wouldn't give up so easily. Someone analyzed. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The 10,000 Swords City wasn't too big. A profound Qi realm cultivator was enough to cause a commotion. Soon, the news spread throughout the 10,000 Swords City. A young profound Qi realm cultivator came to Fortune Inn. Even the giant Sword City's young lord, Ding Dahai, was afraid of him. After a storm, many people were asking about Fang Chen's whereabouts. At the same time, more people thought that Fang Chen came for the legend. When Xiao Hai and the other three returned, Ding Dahai had already left. After hearing Ding Dahai's evil deeds, Xiao Huang couldn't help but complain, this guy, it's fine if he's arrogant and domineering, but he actually bullied Boss. Boss, why didn't you cut his head off with your sword? Old Faker asked. We're new here. It's easy to attract the Chiu family's attention. Boss doesn't want to be too ostentatious. Pangolin said. Isn't this ostentatious? The whole 10,000 Sword City is talking about Boss. After chatting for a while, everyone changed the topic to the legend. Some people say that Ding Dahai is only here for a legend. What is it? Do you know? Fang Chen asked. Boss, not long ago, the 10,000 Swords City was shaken. Some people said that the inheritance left by the Saint of Draconic Demon has appeared. During this time, many cultivators have gathered in the 10,000 Swords City in order to seize the inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon. This Ding Dahai is one of them. Moreover, it is said that Ding Dahai's physique is also the body of 10,000 swords. He also cultivates the demonic dragon body refinement technique. He is determined to obtain the inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder when he was fighting with Ding Dahai, he felt a familiar aura drifting past. I see. Fang Chen nodded, a thought forming in his mind. Heavenly Fortune Inn. Young master, why didn't you cut off that guy's head? That's right. That guy is too arrogant. Does he think that he can show off in front of young master just because he's in the profound Qi realm? Young master, you can't tolerate this. Otherwise, how will others see you? A few servants said angrily. Only Ding Dahai was no longer smiling. His face was gloomy, as if he was thinking about something. Young master. Seeing this, the servants called out in a low voice. Ding Dahai woke up from his thoughts and looked at them, saying, that guy is not simple. I don't have full confidence. I have a premonition that this guy will be the biggest obstacle to my operation this time. Investigate this guy for me. Also, during this period of time, Many people have come to the 10,000 Swords City. Don't cause any trouble. Ding Dahai said. Young master, don't worry. We will definitely investigate this guy thoroughly. After the servants left, Ding Dahai's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable joy. Demonic dragon body refinement technique, body of 10,000 swords. What a coincidence. Ding Dahai muttered to himself. After absorbing the energy in your body, my body of 10,000 swords will reach the perfect realm. The power of my demonic dragon body refinement technique will also greatly increase. Ding Dahai's face was full of smiles. I really didn't expect to meet you in the 10,000 Swords City this time. Now, I can save another 10,000 years of cultivation. The body of 10,000 swords was one of the best among the chaotic void sword Dao physiques. Although Ding Dahai was arrogant and despotic, he had the capital to do so. His cultivation was in the profound Qi realm, and his understanding of the demonic killing sword Dao had reached a certain level. A single giant sword had swept through all the martial artists of the same realm in the giant sword city. His fame had already spread to the 10,000 Swords City. Of course, his hedonistic character was deeply rooted in people's hearts. So when many people mentioned him, they would immediately think of the word hedonistic. I have never failed to get what I want. Chapter 24:35. Heroes gathered in the city of 10,000 swords. The inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon was moving frequently. Many people were waiting for an opportunity, but there was no movement from the city lord's mansion. On a certain day half a month later, there was a loud bang, and beautiful fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky. These fireworks contained majestic power. Buzz. The swords in the hands of all the martial artists let out a sword cry. Everyone's heart trembled. The inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon had appeared. Whoosh. Many martial artists were floating in the air, stepping on the void, staring into the distance. In the depths of the city of 10,000 swords, the surroundings of the back mountain were shrouded in violent sword chi. The closer one was to the back mountain, the stronger the oppressive aura. Only profound gods could climb the back mountain. Whoosh. Whoosh. Boss, let's go too. Xiao Huang said. Wait for me here. The inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon had appeared in the depths of the city of 10,000 swords. Many profound god martial artists went there, and Fang Chen was also ready to take a look. Whoosh. Using the spacetime collapse technique, Fang Chen arrived in front of the back mountain in the blink of an eye. The inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon is mine. Ding Dahai shouted and drilled into the white mist. The others also entered one after another. What a rich sword chi. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. After entering the white mist, it was as if he had entered an illusion. Fortunately, Fang Chen's illusion technique was very good. He could easily shuttle through the illusion. There's light ahead. With one glance, Fang Chen saw the light in front of him and quickly moved forward. Bang! As he moved forward, he encountered a profound heaven realm martial artist blocking his path. Bang! Fang Chen sent him flying with a punch. The latter was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled the white mist. Seeing that he was about to reach the light, a giant sword suddenly stabbed in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. We meet again. Ding Dahai's figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. The inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon is mine. Ding Dahai said softly. The inheritance was left by the Saint of Draconic Demon. The fated one will obtain it. Fang Chen said. Oh, so you're not going to cooperate with me? Fang Chen shrugged. Whoosh. The giant sword in Ding Dahai's hand suddenly slashed down. Fang Chen moved and dodged Ding Dahai's attack. Bang! He threw a backhand punch at Ding Dahai, forcing him to retreat. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of the light. Hoo hoo hoo. The other martial artists also came to the light one after another. Voila! The light emitted a gentle glow that enveloped everyone in an instant, and they disappeared into the white fog in an instant. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that they were in an underground palace. Saint of Draconic Demon? Inside the palace, there was a stone tablet. On it were the words Saint of Draconic Demon. The entire palace was filled with the aura of the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Fang Chen and Ding Dahai stared at the stone tablet in front of them with burning eyes. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Someone was attacking Fang Chen. Courting death. Fang Chen's hand blade landed on the other party's body, instantly killing him. The martial artists who were preparing to attack Fang Chen felt their hearts tremble, and they quickly retreated. He killed a profound Heaven Realm martial artist with one strike. Their eyes were filled with terror as they retreated one after another. Damn it, one Ding Dahai is enough. Now there's another profound Qi Realm martial artist. Let them fight until both sides are injured. Then we'll attack. Many profound Heaven Realm martial artists were thinking of taking advantage of the situation. Kid, get out. You're not welcome here. Ding Dahai held his giant sword and blocked Fang Chen. Do you want to die? Fang Chen suddenly asked. You, Ding Dahai was furious. He waved his hand and the giant sword ruthlessly slashed at Fang Chen. Whoosh! The Azura sword art was instantly displayed. In the next moment, a resplendent sword light pierced through Ding Dahai's chest. A miserable scream came from Ding Dahai's mouth. Everyone was shocked. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen attacked Ding Dahai, a black shadow suddenly appeared and displayed a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. Bang! His fist landed on Fang Chen's body, and the latter retreated a few steps. City Lord of 10,000 Swords. Everyone exclaimed. The news of the Saint of Draconic Demons' inheritance had spread like wildfire in the City of 10,000 Swords, but the City Lord of 10,000 Swords did not make any move. It turned out that he was waiting to reap the benefits. Two people with the body of 10,000 swords. What a coincidence. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords revealed his true appearance and laughed. Poochie. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ding Dahai stood up. City Lord of 10,000 Swords, I am Ding Dahai. Let's work together and kill this guy first. Ding Dahai said. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords glanced at Ding Dahai and said, I've painstakingly studied the inheritance left behind by the Saint of Draconic Demon for so many years, but I haven't made any progress. Today, I'll use your strength to pave my path. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords' long sword stabbed into the stone steely. Wang. In an instant, a huge array appeared in the underground palace. It completely enveloped everyone. Not good. Some of the martial artists of the profound Heaven Realm retreated, wanting to escape, but it was too late. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords' methods were bloody. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed and absorbed the energy in their bodies. Evil technique. Fang Chen said with a frown. All of this was the City Lord of 10,000 Swords' scheme to lure the body of 10,000 swords and martial artists of the demonic dragon body refinement technique to come. My original plan was to lure the idiot Ding Dahai here. Who would have thought that I would actually catch such a big fish like you? Ha ha ha, how delightful. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords laughed loudly. The array was activated. Everything was under his control. After killing the two, the City Lord of Giant Sword City would not know. My father will not let you go. Seeing the City Lord of 10,000 Swords walking over, Ding Dahai quickly retreated. He was very unwilling. His future was bright, but he was going to fall here. It's useless. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords laughed sinisterly. Controlling the array, he bound Ding Dahai and then used a tyrannical attack to kill Ding Dahai. Poochie. Ding Dahai's blood spurted out and his Yuan spirit collapsed. Hiss. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords grabbed Ding Dahai's head and absorbed all the energy in his body. Ding Dahai was the owner of the body of 10,000 swords and had cultivated it to an extremely high level. After the City Lord of 10,000 Swords absorbed it, he could clearly feel that the body of 10,000 swords had improved by a level. Then, he also accepted Ding Dahai's comprehension of the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Ha ha ha. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords laughed loudly. He was in a good mood. Fang Chen quietly watched from the side. If it was someone else, he might have helped. But Ding Dahai, he did not have any good feelings towards this person. If he died, then so be it. Aren't you afraid? The city lord of 10,000 swords saw Fang Chen's expression and asked, "Is there any use in being afraid?" Fang Chen said, "I admire your courage more and more, but sometimes, courage alone is useless." The city lord of 10,000 swords said, "The power of your body of 10,000 swords is very beneficial to me, so you must die." Fang Chen frowned and looked at the city lord of 10,000 swords. "I'm very curious. You spent so much effort just to lure Ding Dahai here?" Fang Chen asked. "So what if I tell you the truth? You're going to die anyway." The city lord of 10,000 swords said, "Actually, the news of the Saint of Draconic Demons' inheritance appearing is true, and his inheritance is here. I only used this news to beat him at his own game and lured that idiot Ding Dahai here. If it was in the outside world, with the giant sword city lord here, I would not dare to openly kill Ding Dahai. But here, even if he dies, the outside world will think that he died in the Saint of Draconic Demons' inheritance ground and has nothing to do with me. Everyone could prove for him that when the Saint of Draconic Demons' inheritance ground opened, he was in seclusion and did not participate in this matter from beginning to end. Your plan is not bad, but unfortunately, sometimes, man proposes and God disposes." Fang Chen was still calm and indifferent. The city lord of 10,000 swords sneered, mocking Fang Chen's ignorance. "Even Ding Dahai can't defeat me, do you think you can turn the tables?" The city lord of 10,000 swords waved his hand, and within the huge array, killing power surged and constantly approached Fang Chen. "As long as I move my mind, the killing power of this array will kill you," the city lord of 10,000 swords said. At the same time, he walked step by step towards Fang Chen, his pitch-black eyes filled with greed. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy." The city lord of 10,000 swords controlled the array to bind Fang Chen. Crack! When the formation got close to Fang Chen, it collapsed on its own. "What's going on?" The city lord of 10,000 swords frowned and checked the array. "You want to trap me with this broken array?" Chapter 2436. How could the city lord of 10,000 swords compare to Fang Chen in the art of arrays? How did you break my array?" The city lord of 10,000 swords was very confident in his array. Normal people would not be able to break it, unless the other party was a mysterious Star Realm martial artist. However, the person in front of him was clearly just a mysterious Heaven Realm martial artist. "Go ask the King of Hell." Fang Chen grabbed with his large hand, directly tearing the array formation apart. "Have a taste of my array." With a thought, the array model appeared and the burning Heaven 9 change array enveloped the city lord of 10,000 swords. Rumble. A huge flame instantly turned into a sea of fire. The city lord of 10,000 swords was shocked. What array is this? He did not know much about arrays. This huge array was an array model that he had obtained by chance. It could only display its greatest power by borrowing the aura of the underground palace. Crack! Flames soared into the sky and the sea of fire was boundless. The city lord of 10,000 swords activated the 10,000 swords body and forcibly blocked the burning Heaven 9 change array. Bang! Like hitting a sandbag, the city lord of 10,000 swords was sent flying with a punch. The latter's body slammed heavily into the wall and a crack appeared on the defense of the 10,000 swords body. The city lord of 10,000 swords cultivation had not reached the mysterious Star Realm. It was just that his strength was close to the mysterious Star Realm. To Fang Chen, such a person was too weak. When he was at the chaotic Sky God Realm, he could use the black vibration golden armor and the hidden star sword to defeat his opponents. "I will kill you." The city lord of 10,000 swords pushed the demonic dragon body refinement technique to the extreme. The roar of a dragon was endless. Bang! 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 Taking advantage of the moment when Fang Chen was distracted, the city lord of 10,000 swords threw out dozens of punches. The power of each punch was enough to kill a martial artist like Ding Dahai. However, Fang Chen's body was not injured at all. Instead, it was the rebound of the black vibration golden armor that sent the city lord of 10,000 swords flying. "Your defense." The city lord of 10,000 swords was completely shocked. He had never seen a mysterious Heaven Realm martial artist's defense reach such a level. How is this possible? The city lord of 10,000 swords muttered to himself. He had painstakingly researched the inheritance of the saint of draconic demon. Just as he was about to obtain the final fragment of the demonic dragon body refining art, an accident occurred. Whoosh! He raised his long sword and thrust it at Fang Chen. Crack! The hidden star sword flashed, and the long sword of the city master of 10,000 swords shattered on the ground. Instantly, the city master of 10,000 swords lost his soul and gave up on attacking. I lost. He had lost miserably, losing his life. I'll give you a chance to live. Fang Chen said. Tell me everything you know. The eyes of the city lord of 10,000 swords flickered. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, the inheritance left behind by the saint of draconic demon has a very strong restriction. If you want to open it and activate the demonic dragon body refinement technique, you must have a very strong power. I've already tried. At the very least, I need the power of 3 martial artists at the 3rd level of the demonic dragon body refining technique to be able to obtain it. Therefore, I perfected the plan and spread the news, hoping to lure Ding Dahai to come and try to break the restriction. The city lord of 10,000 swords gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After Fang Chen heard this, a look of joy appeared on his face. Give me your power. Fang Chen placed his palm on the shoulder of the city lord of 10,000 swords, then activated the chant of the demonic dragon body refinement technique and began to absorb his power. Wang. The power of the city lord of 10,000 swords body was sucked dry by Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. After that, the power of the demonic dragon body refinement technique was also absorbed. A moment later, power surged around Fang Chen's body. In his body, power vibrated. The city lord of 10,000 swords' face was pale, and his strength was greatly reduced. However, it was good enough that he was able to survive. Shatter this stone tablet, and you will be able to obtain the demonic dragon body refinement technique. The city lord of 10,000 swords said. Fang Chen followed the method of the city lord of 10,000 swords. Circulating the power of his entire body, he punched the stone tablet. As expected, the stone tablet shattered, and a scroll floated in the air. Demonic dragon body refinement technique. Fang Chen opened it, and suddenly discovered that the remnant part of the demonic dragon body refinement technique was inside. The demonic dragon body refinement technique had a total of 5 levels, and Fang Chen had only cultivated the first 3 levels. Now, he had finally obtained the last 2 levels. Let's cultivate here. Having just absorbed the power of the 2, he struck while the iron was hot and cultivated the demonic dragon body refinement technique. At the side, the city lord of 10,000 swords stared at Fang Chen and sighed. There is actually such a genius in this world. The city lord of 10,000 swords said, I did not lose unjustly. 6 hours later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Striking while the iron was hot, he had cultivated the 4th level of the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Moreover, because he had absorbed the power of the city lord of 10,000 swords, the bottleneck of the 10,000 swords body had loosened quite a bit. Stepping into the 8th level was only a matter of time. Huff, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he stood up. The harvest this time was not small. He had obtained the subsequent cultivation chance of the demonic dragon body refinement technique, and he had even absorbed such a huge amount of power. Fang Chen looked at the city lord of 10,000 swords who was in a daze, and his heart stirred. I can spare your life, but you have to swear a martial Dao oath to be my servant and never betray me. Fang Chen said. This, the city lord of 10,000 swords hesitated. As a city lord, if he became someone else's servant, how could he maintain his footing in the city of 10,000 swords? You don't have to worry. I will not announce that you are my servant to the outside world. Only you and I know. After we leave, you will still be the city lord of 10,000 swords, and I need you to do something for me. Fang Chen said, if you do well, I will give you a corresponding reward. Now that things had come to this, what else could he do? All right, I promise you. However, after I swear a martial Dao oath, if you use all kinds of tricks to humiliate me, I would rather die. The city lord of 10,000 swords said. Then, the city lord of 10,000 swords swore a martial Dao oath. Wang. In the dark, Fang Chen felt a trace of karma. Master. The city lord of 10,000 swords said respectfully. In front of outsiders, you can call me by my name. Fang Chen said. What does master want me to do? The city lord of 10,000 swords asked. Do you know the Azura sword Dao? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, the city lord of 10,000 swords' expression changed, then he said, Of course I know. Give up the demon-killing sword Dao, I will teach you the Azura sword Dao. Fang Chen said. This, the city lord of 10,000 swords hesitated. Mo Shotien forbade the appearance of the Azura sword Dao. Once discovered, death was certain. Don't worry, I have a disguise method. Outsiders will not be able to find out. Fang Chen said. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chen finally taught the Azura sword Dao to the city lord of 10,000 swords. After the latter cultivated it, he was very excited. This is the true Dao of sword Dao. The city lord of 10,000 swords said happily, What bullshit demon-killing sword Dao, the true core method is monopolized by the Qiu family. We outsiders can't learn anything, it is simply a waste of time. Since you have already cultivated the Azura sword Dao, there are some things I should tell you. Fang Chen said slowly, I am the successor of the demon sword Venerable. This trip to Mo Shotien is to spread the teachings. Hearing this, the city lord of 10,000 swords was incomparably shocked. Then, he smiled bitterly, Master, in the current Mo Shotien, the Qiu family is the absolute overlord. They will not allow the Azura sword Dao to appear. Therefore, it is very difficult to spread the teachings. I have naturally thought of this point. For the time being, I will not go head-to-head with the Qiu family. After you go out, find some reliable and talented sword cultivators. After they have made a martial oath, you can teach them the Azura sword Dao. In the underground palace, Fang Chen and the city lord of 10,000 swords had a lot of exchanges. After the two of them discussed, they came up with a preliminary plan. Then, the two of them quietly left the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon. Not far from the city of 10,000 swords, Giant Sword City. The city lord's mansion was brightly lit. Bang! A crisp sound broke the silence of the city lord's mansion. Then, the city lord's roar was heard. Go and investigate. No matter who killed my son, I will definitely let them die without a burial ground. The city lord of Giant Sword City was furious. He only had this one son, and he had used all the resources of Giant Sword City to cultivate him. Now, he had fallen in the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon. Don't worry, City Lord. We have already ordered people to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. The butler muttered. At this moment, a servant hurried in. City Lord, butler, the matter has been concluded. The servant said in a low voice. Speak. The butler said. According to our investigation, the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon appeared in the depths of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. It was shrouded in white fog. Young Master Ding and many warriors entered and never came out. Now, the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon has been closed. The servant did not finish his words, but the city lord and the butler already knew. I will personally go to the 10,000 Sword City. The city lord of Giant Sword City said. Chapter 2437. City of 10,000 Swords. The opening of the Saint of Draconic Demon's inheritance did not cause much of a storm. After all, the Saint of Draconic Demon was a powerhouse of the body refining path. Although his demonic dragon body refining technique was strong, this was Mo Shotien, the heaven of sword cultivators. Moreover, the Saint of Draconic Demon was not a profound god realm powerhouse. It was just that a few cities around the city of 10,000 swords were shaken. The closing of the Saint of Draconic Demon's inheritance land and the fall of many martial artists, many people were shocked. Xiao Hai and the other three were quietly received by Fang Chen into the city lord's mansion. Boss, we thought you. After seeing Fang Chen, Xiao Huang said excitedly. They were in the #1 courtyard of Fortune Inn. After hearing the news, they almost wanted to rush into the depths of the city of 10,000 swords to find their boss. However, they were stopped by Pangolin. Now that they saw that Fang Chen was safe and sound, they were very happy. During this period of time, you guys can cultivate here first, Fang Chen said. He instantly introduced the City Lord of 10,000 Swords. He is the City Lord of 10,000 Swords, and also my servant. Our plan to spread the orthodoxy will start from the City of 10,000 Swords. 3 days later. City Lord's mansion, in the meeting hall. The giant Sword City Lord's face was gloomy as he stared at the City Lord of 10,000 Swords. City Lord of 10,000 Swords, my son Ding Dahai never came out after entering the Saint of Draconic Demons inheritance land. Do you know what happened? The City Lord of 10,000 Swords shook his head lightly. I don't know. Glancing at the giant Sword City Lord, the latter continued, the Saint of Draconic Demons inheritance land is full of danger. They most likely died after entering. Bang! The giant Sword City Lord slapped the table, a little angry. City Lord of 10,000 Swords, I hope you can open the Saint of Draconic Demons inheritance land and let me in to take a look. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords shrugged and said, if I could open it, then the Saint of Draconic Demons inheritance would have been taken by me long ago. Would it still be left to outsiders? With a cold snort, the City Lord of 10,000 Swords got up and waved his hand. The two City Lords parted on a bad note. After the giant Sword City Master left the City of 10,000 Swords, a cold killing intent appeared on his face. City Lord, did you find anything? The butler asked. There's something wrong with the City Lord of 10,000 Swords. The giant Sword City Master said, when I looked at him, even though he disguised himself very well, I could still catch a trace of something wrong from the depths of his eyes. My son Ding Dahai's death must have something to do with him. The inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon is in this 10,000 Sword City. I don't believe that the City Master of 10,000 Swords does not know. Then what should we do? The butler continued to ask. The giant Sword City's City Lord pondered. The 10,000 Swords City and my giant Sword City are equally matched. If I were to openly attack them, it would attract criticism. This matter needs to be carefully considered. After saying that, the giant Sword City Master's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Along with the passage of time, the matter of the Saint of Draconic Demons inheritance had already come to an end. After more than a month of secret screening, the City Lord of 10,000 Swords had finally selected a number of reliable martial artists. They were all ordinary pure sky gods who had gone through many tests and made a martial oath. After that, Fang Chen personally taught them the Azura Sword principle. Fang Chen's plan was very simple, and that was to go from simple to complicated. Step by step, first find some pure sky gods and teach them the Azura Sword principle, then slowly improve. After all, if the huge Qiu family knew, they would definitely eliminate him. Although the Azura Sword principle is a slaughter sword principle, it focuses on the cultivation of the heart. When everyone is comprehending it, you must pay attention to this point. Fang Chen explained. Lord Fang, don't worry, we will definitely work hard to cultivate. The City of 10,000 Swords fell into silence. From time to time, Fang Chen would explain the mysteries of the Azura Sword principle to everyone. After a full 3 months, out of the 36 people who had been selected, 18 had successfully mastered the Azura Sword principle. In fact, 3 of them had broken through their cultivation and their strength had skyrocketed. In these 3 months, Fang Chen had not been idle. He had been comprehending the second level of the demonic dragon body tempering technique. As the Saint of Draconic Demons inheritance and the myriad sword body, its power was extremely strong. Whoosh, whoosh. In a secret room in the City Lord's mansion, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A faint smile appeared on his face. The demonic dragon body tempering technique is indeed broad and profound. At this moment, layers of dragon patterns flickered on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. This was the sign that the demonic dragon body tempering technique had reached the 4th level. Now that the demonic dragon body tempering technique has reached the 4th level, my myriad sword body is even stronger. The current me can easily kill profound Qi realm martial artists with pure strength. Even ordinary profound star realm martial artists are no match for me. Fang Chen thought to himself. If he could cultivate the demonic dragon body tempering technique to the 5th level, the power of the myriad sword body would definitely increase greatly. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been in the City of 10,000 Swords for more than a year. In this year, the City Lord of 10,000 Swords had made a lot of contributions. From the beginning, there were only 36 people. Now, there were over 1,000 people comprehending the Azura Sword Dao at the same time. Initially, Fang Chen's plan seemed to be going smoothly. However, there would always be an oversight. There would always be an oversight somewhere. One day, the City Lord of Giant Sword City came aggressively. City of 10,000 Swords, City Lord's Mansion. City Lord of Giant Sword City, why have you come to my City of 10,000 Swords? The City Lord of 10,000 Swords was a little angry. The City Lord of Giant Sword City had barged in without notifying him. The City Lord of Giant Sword City coldly snorted and said, 10,000 swords, I want to make a deal with you. What deal? Give me all the resources in your City of 10,000 Swords and then help me besiege the other cities. The City Lord of Giant Sword City said. Are you crazy? Within Moshation, many cities would not attack each other. Although there were some competitions for cultivation resources, they were all small skirmishes. Attacking other cities for no reason would cause the Chiu family to be unhappy. Moreover, why should I help you? The City Lord of 10,000 Swords sneered. Azura Sword Dao. The City Lord of Giant Sword City's finger gently tapped on the wooden table as he said word by word. What? The City Lord of 10,000 Swords' face changed as his dark eyes stared at the City Lord of Giant Sword City. 10,000 Swords, don't think that I don't know that you have selected a group of martial artists in the City of 10,000 Swords and are secretly spreading the Azura Sword Dao. Do you know that if the Chiu family finds out, it will be a capital offense? The City Lord of Giant Sword City threatened. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords' face changed as he fell into silence. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. The City Lord of Giant Sword City said. In the secret room, Fang Chen had just stopped cultivating when he suddenly received a message from the City Lord of 10,000 Swords. I've been discovered. Fang Chen frowned as his figure flashed and left the secret room. In the meeting hall. How is it? Have you thought about it? The City Lord of Giant Sword City said impatiently. There's no need to think about it. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, the City Lord of Giant Sword City saw Fang Chen appear out of thin air. Who are you? Is there any place for you to interrupt? The City Lord of Giant Sword City scolded. The person who will kill you. Fang Chen grinned. Right, I forgot to tell you that your son Ding Dahai also died by my hands. You. I'll kill you. The City Lord of Giant Sword City was enraged as he attacked. However, he was only a peak Mystic Chi Realm martial artist and was only one step away from the Mystic Star Realm. PSH. With a flick of his finger, a huge finger light instantly pierced through the City Lord's head and destroyed his Yuan soul. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords didn't think that Fang Chen would kill him directly. The latter was the City Lord of Giant Sword City, and now that he had died in the City of 10,000 Swords, it would be troublesome. As if he saw the City Lord's worry, Fang Chen's face changed into another face in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the City Lord of 10,000 Swords finally understood Fang Chen's intention. Master, won't you be discovered like this? Ordinary disguise techniques, to profound god-level experts, could be seen through with a single glance. Don't worry. Unless a mystic light realm martial artist comes personally, no one will be able to discover me. Fang Chen said confidently. His attainments in illusions were very high. Apart from disguising techniques, he also used complicated illusions to change his appearance. Hearing this, the City Lord of 10,000 Swords nodded lightly as he relaxed. You stay in the City of 10,000 Swords and spread the teachings. From today onwards, I'll head to Giant Sword City. If there's anything, contact me at any time, Fang Chen said. Yes, Master. With Xiao Huang and his 3 brothers, the group of 5 left the City of 10,000 Swords. Chapter 2438. Giant Sword City was actually similar to the City of 10,000 Swords. When Fang Chen returned, he was immediately welcomed with the highest level of etiquette. "City Lord, you're finally back. We were a little worried about you," the butler said with a smile. Fang Chen said calmly, "I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first." It had to be said that Fang Chen's disguise technique was too good. No one in the huge giant sword city could discover him. During the day, Fang Chen did everything he could to plunder the wealth of Giant Sword City. At night, he entered the Beast Pagoda to cultivate. A few days later, the butler and the other higher-ups were all under his control. His position in Giant Sword City became more and more stable. At this time, he began to carry out his plan. Just like in the City of 10,000 Swords, he also secretly selected martial artists. First, a small number of people cultivated the Azura sword principle. Then, the number would gradually increase. On the first floor of the Beast Pagoda. At a glance, the densely packed demon beasts were basically fire spirit beasts. Countless fire spirit beasts formed a huge sea of fire that spread throughout the first floor of the Beast Pagoda. In the center of the first floor, there was a mark. The three-eyed bear king and the six-feathered sky sparrow surrounded it. "Master, the demon tiger and beast's mind is becoming stronger," the six-feathered sky sparrow said. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Raising the demon tiger and beast had consumed a lot of his resources. However, during this period of time, he had plundered a lot in Giant Sword City. "You guys continue to cultivate." Fang Chen waved his hand and threw a large amount of cultivation resources on the ground. Then, he found an open space and sat down cross-legged. He began to comprehend the way of armament controlling. The way of armament controlling was famous in the starry sky and even the entire chaotic void. When he first obtained the way of armament controlling, he was unable to cultivate it because his cultivation was too low. Now, he had stepped into the mysterious heaven realm and was qualified to cultivate it. The ball of light in his mind slowly opened. All the detailed information about the way of armament controlling appeared. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the detailed information. The way of armament controlling was to communicate with weapons and control them for one's own use. Back then, Honorable Bing Wu had reached an extremely high level in the art of controlling weapons. It was said that with a single thought of his, all the weapons of the martial artists in the star sky would go out of control. Just the thought of it was terrifying. According to the records in the inheritance, Bing Wu Zun did not cultivate the Tao of weapon controlling to the extreme. Before he died, he had said that he could still improve in the art of controlling weapons. The perfect weapon controlling Tao he envisioned was to make everything in the entire chaos void bow down to him with a single thought. That was the ultimate goal of the way of controlling soldiers. On the path of martial arts, the biggest taboo was biting off more than one could chew. Therefore, although Fang Chen was shocked, he quickly calmed himself down. "Let's begin. In order to cultivate the way of controlling weapons, one had to first establish a good relationship with the weapons one carried with them." Fang Chen didn't have to worry about this. The hidden star sword was nurtured by his own blood, and it was like one with him. Wang. The star-hidden sword floated in the air, and issued a sword cry sound. It seemed as if it was responding to its master. Huala. Fang Chen began to comprehend the way of controlling armaments. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months. This time, he cultivated in seclusion for a full half a year. The way of controlling weapons was at the initial stage, and he could temporarily control the weapons within a radius of dozens of miles. This was a huge improvement for Fang Chen. In order to cultivate the way of controlling weapons, I need a large number of weapons to experiment with. Fang Chen said to himself. Let's go out and search for some materials first, and then refine the weapons. In Giant Sword City, a noble guest was welcomed on this day. The Qiu family's branch had arrived. Lord Qiu, why are you here? The butler greeted her with a smile. Where is the Giant Sword City Lord? Qiu Shan asked. The City Lord, just as the butler was speaking, Fang Chen appeared. City Lord, this is Lord Qiu Shan from the Qiu family's branch, the butler introduced. You are the Giant Sword City Lord? Qiu Shan said coldly. Fang Chen nodded. The latter sneered and said, "Do you know your crime?" "What crime?" Giant Sword City is a subsidiary city of the Cho family's branch. Every year, we have to pay a certain amount of origin stones as tribute. Why did you refuse to pay for no reason this year? Cho Shan questioned. Cho Shan was one of the leaders of the Cho family's branch. Although she was not the patriarch, her deterrence was not inferior to that of the patriarch. She was the famous Iron Lady of the Cho family's branch, and her cultivation had reached the profound Qi realm. It was rumored that an elder in the main family had taken a fancy to Cho Shan and wanted to make her his cultivation partner, but was rejected. Even so, the other branches did not dare to provoke Cho Shan. Cho Shan was also the aunt of Cho Longtan, Cho Longying, and the others who had been killed by Fang Chen. Cho Shan's beautiful face was filled with coldness as she wore a thin veil that accentuated her impressive figure. In the eyes of countless people, she was an ice goddess. However, Fang Chen turned a blind eye to it. In the past year, the overall strength of Giant Sword City has advanced by leaps and bounds. There are many capable people, and the supply of cultivation resources is not enough to meet the demand, so I'm sorry, I can't pay tribute, Fang Chen said. Humph. Cho Shan snorted coldly and said, "Since Giant Sword City has done good for the Cho family, I'll give you one last day. If you obediently hand over 10 million mid-grade origin stones today, I can spare your lives. Otherwise." Cho Shan did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was obvious. All of Giant Sword City's resources have been used up. During this time, we were thinking of finding new cultivation resources, Fang Chen continued. Cho Shan glared at Fang Chen and said, "So you're saying that your Giant Sword City is determined to go against our Cho clan?" Fang Chen spread his hands and said, "It's not that we want to go against you, but Giant Sword City also needs to make a living. If the Cho family is determined to force us, then there's nothing we can do." Boom. Cho Shan's body emitted a violent aura. Demonic Killing Sword Way. The demonic killing sword Qi on Cho Shan's body was very pure. Buzz. Fang Chen secretly activated the way of weapon controlling. Layers of halos quietly surrounded Cho Shan's long sword. Ding. It's useful. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Although Cho Shan's long sword did not look abnormal on the surface, there was a change inside. Then go to hell. There was only one outcome for going against the Cho family, and that was death. Cho Shan raised her sword and stabbed at Fang Chen. However, her long sword was suspended in the air and could not move. Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to kick Cho Shan away. He did not have any intention of showing mercy to her. Cho Shan did not expect that Fang Chen would dare to treat her like this. Get lost. I don't want to kill you because you're from the Cho family. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Fang Chen said indifferently. Cho Shan wanted to say something but stopped. Her pretty face was full of grievance. In the end, she glared fiercely at Fang Chen and turned to leave. "Master, it's not wise to offend the Cho family," the butler said. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Fang Chen said. "By the way, have you found any cultivation resources I asked you to find during this time?" Hearing this, the butler remembered. "Master, according to our investigation, there is an abandoned black extinction stone mine hundreds of thousands of miles north of Giant Sword City," the butler said. This mine used to belong to the Cho family. However, something happened and the Cho family gave up on mining. Over time, the mine was abandoned. Oh! Rumor has it that something very strange happened in that mine. Many people from the Cho family died in it and had to give up in the end. How much black extinction stone is left in that mine? Back then, the Cho family branch only mined about 10% of it. Over the years, profound gods often went in and disappeared without a trace. There are about 90% of it left. There are tens of billions of black extinction stones. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. This much or was enough for him to refine a large number of weapons and cultivate the way of controlling weapons. It could even support the cultivation of the many beasts in the beast taming tower. "I will personally head to the mine to check it out. You take charge of Giant Sword City," Fang Chen said. "By the way, how is the spread of the Shura sword Dao going?" Master, there are already many cultivators who cultivate the Shura sword Dao in Giant Sword City, the butler said. Continue to develop, but be careful and don't expose yourself. Fang Chen said. It wasn't time to expose himself yet. When he had the strength to fight against mystic light realm cultivators, it would be time for the Shura sword Dao to reappear in Mo Shotien. Chapter 2439. Qiu Family Branch. Ever since Qiu Longying and the others died, the Qiu family branch was increasingly disliked by the main family. Over the years, the Qiu family branch had been thinking of all ways to nurture young geniuses, hoping to enter the main family. In the meeting hall, the patriarch earnestly explained the demon-killing sword path to Qiu Suoha. The demon-killing sword path focuses on killing. You must remember the most basic point. The patriarch said. Patriarch, don't worry. I will work hard. It could be said that Qiu Suoha was the hope of the entire Qiu family branch. The patriarch used all the cultivation resources to support Qiu Suoha. Qiu Suoha didn't disappoint and finally broke through to the profound heaven realm a few days ago. A profound heaven realm martial artist had appeared in the younger generation. This was naturally a very shocking matter. According to some internal news, the main family had already noticed Qiu Suoha, but he was still in the assessment period. One had to know that the patriarch of the Qiu family branch was only a profound star realm martial artist. Moreover, he had only stepped into the profound star realm recently. There weren't many profound Qi realm martial artists. Even Qiu Longying and the others couldn't reach the profound god realm in the younger generation. Thud thud thud. The sound of footsteps could be heard as Qiu Shan walked in angrily. Elder Qiu Shan. Qiu Suoha cupped his fists in greeting. The patriarch glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong?" The giant sword city lord is too arrogant. He openly refused to pay tribute. Qiu Shan recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, the clan leader nodded gently and said, "Let's put aside the matter of Giant Sword City for now. During this period of time, our people have been constantly sending news that the werewolves that had appeared in the abandoned mine that we had abandoned seem to have disappeared." What? Qiu Shan's expression instantly turned serious. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the patriarch. Does that mean the mine can be mined? Qiu Shan was a little excited. Back then, the outside world only knew that the Qiu family branch had given up on mining the Black Extinction mine, but they didn't know that they had been forced to do so. A group of werewolves had appeared out of thin air. They were so powerful that even the main family remained silent. Back then, I guessed that those werewolves didn't belong to Mo Shotien and should have left, the patriarch said. However, the Qiu family branch had been declining over the years, so they were very conservative. Now, they couldn't hold it in. Nurturing Qiu Tuhe had exhausted almost all of the Qiu family's resources. If they didn't take action, then the Qiu family branch really wouldn't be able to hold on. Do you plan to start mining again? Qiu Shan asked. That's right, I was just about to look for you. You'll be in charge of this matter. Bring Qiu Yingqi along and let him gain some experience, said the clan chief. Let's see if those werewolves left behind any inheritance treasures. Got it, Qiu Shan said. When the Qiu family branch was exploring a large area of the Black Extinction lode, Fang Chen had already quietly arrived. Someone's there. The Black Extinction or vein was located in a mountain range and was very hidden. Fang Chen stood on a towering tree and looked into the distance. He noticed some figures. People from the Qiu clan? Fang Chen frowned. Wasn't this mine abandoned by the Qiu family? Why would their people appear here? Could it be that there's more to what happened back then? Fang Chen thought to himself. He immediately cast the space-time collapse technique and quickly approached the mine. In front of the Black Extinction or vein, a void door appeared. Then, a white light flashed, and a tall woman appeared with a handsome man. Elder Qiu Shan. Many people from the Qiu clan greeted her. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, also noticed Qiu Shan. Why is it her? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He didn't expect Qiu Shan to come here. What's the situation in the Black Extinction or vein? Qiu Shan asked. Elder Qiu Shan, after our people's investigation, we found that there's no one in the Black Extinction or vein, someone said. From today onwards, we'll start mining the black extinction or vein again. No one is allowed to come close. Qiu Shan issued several orders in succession. Then, she brought Qiu Yingqi into the ore vein. Start mining again? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. He followed them secretly. With his means, Qiu Shan couldn't discover him at all. There were countless winding passages in the black extinction or vein. The end of each passage was pitch black. Hey! The artifact spirit of the mysterious heaven all suddenly exclaimed softly. I sense the aura of the Dark Blood Clan. Dark Blood Clan? Fang Chen's pupils shrank. He was a little surprised. The Dark Blood Clan was a large clan in the Chaos Void. They were at least one of the top 3 powerful forces in the Chaos Void. At this moment, Qiu Yingqi spoke. Elder Qiu Shan, why did the Qiu clan give up on this ore vein? According to Qiu Yingqi's knowledge, the amount of black extinction ore in this ore vein was enough to support the Qiu clan's branch cultivation for countless years. They were willing to give up such a large amount of resources. Qiu Shan glanced at Qiu Yingqi and said, we didn't want to give up at first. But one day, a few werewolves appeared out of thin air and massacred our people. In the end, we had no choice but to give up. You didn't even care about the main clan? Qiu Yingqi continued to ask. Qiu Shan shook her head. Those werewolves weren't strong, but the main clan said that the power behind them was too great. The Qiu clan couldn't afford to offend them, so we had no choice but to give up. After the Qiu clan gave up on this ore vein, they listed it as a forbidden area. Strangely enough, those werewolves were only active in the ore vein. They never took a step out of it. Secretly, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit was even more certain. The aura of the Dark Blood Clan and the werewolves. Combining all the information, it could already conclude that those werewolves that appeared out of thin air hundreds of years ago must be the Dark Blood Clan. However, the remnant aura of the Dark Blood Clan in the air is very weak. If it wasn't for me, even a mystic light realm martial artist wouldn't have been able to detect it. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit said, it seems that those werewolves' bloodline concentration isn't high. The Dark Blood Clan was quite powerful. Their clansmen were spread throughout the entire Chaos Void. Fang Chen had some understanding of the Dark Blood Clan, but not as much as the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit. Why did the Dark Blood Clan come to this black extinction or vein? Are they looking for something? Fang Chen asked curiously. As they spoke, Qiu Shan and Qiu Yingqi had already arrived at the depths of the black extinction or vein. There was a colorful disk here. Black extinction ore was scattered around it. The werewolves really left. Seeing this, Qiu Shan's face was filled with joy. The werewolves' departure meant that the Qiu family's branch could mine the ore vein without restraint. In the dark, Fang Chen was listening to the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit's words. This multicolored disc looks chaotic, but it's actually a teleportation method used by the Dark Blood race. If my guess is correct, those few werewolves of the Dark Blood Clan must have accidentally traveled through the void and arrived here. They also took away the Black Extinction Heart in the Black Extinction or vein. The Black Extinction Heart was the core item of the Black Extinction or vein. Every Black Extinction or vein had a Black Extinction Heart. As long as this item was not destroyed, the Black Extinction or vein would continue to grow. When the Dark Blood Clan's werewolves took it away, this Black Extinction or vein had already become a dead mine. After mining, it would not grow again. This kind of ore vein was not very valuable to the many big clans in the Chaos Void. However, for a small clan like the Qiu family, it was enough. Master, look to the north. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit suddenly said. Fang Chen turned to look, and suddenly discovered that on the ore vein's wall, there was a sparkling object. Qiu Shan and Qiu Oyi also discovered it. What is this? The Dark Blood Clan's shed skin. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit said. This is good stuff. It seems that among those werewolves, someone broke through and became the wolf god. Fang Chen was at a loss, he was confused. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit explained, the werewolves are a branch of the Dark Blood Clan. When the werewolves grow to a certain stage, they will undergo a metamorphosis. Their whole body's skin will metamorphose, and they will finally become the wolf god. The wolf god is the supreme ruler of the werewolves. Once the heart of the wolf god is awakened, they will be able to metamorphose and advance. The artifact spirit said, according to the description of the Cho family's people, the werewolves only stayed for a while and then left. It seems that the person who awakened the heart of the wolf god is still too weak. Otherwise, with the Dark Blood clan's character, they will definitely go on a killing spree. This wolf god's remains contain the terrifying power of the Dark Blood clan. If the demon tiger and beast's imprint absorbs it, it can shorten the recovery time by tens of thousands of years. Chapter 2440. Fang Chen was tempted by the last sentence of the mysterious Sky Cone Nails artifact spirit. At this moment, Qiu Shan stepped forward and stared at the wolf god's slough with a burning gaze. Whoosh! Just as Qiu Shan was about to retrieve it, a terrifying sword light shot out from the void. Bang! Qiu Shan felt a powerful force behind her and exerted all her strength to resist. Thud! 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 Qiu Shan's delicate body retreated and finally stabilized. The power contained in the sword just now injured her. Who is it? Qiu Shan looked around and scolded coldly. Beside her, Qiu Yaoqi held a long sword and exuded an extremely dense demonic killing sword qi. Yaoqi, you go first. Elder Qiu Shan, I'm not leaving. Qiu Yaoqi said, I want to fight alongside you. Roar. A beastly roar was heard, as if a werewolf was howling. Qiu Shan's face turned even paler. Werewolf. Qiu Shan was shocked and pushed Qiu Yaoqi away, hoping that he could escape. Slash. A large claw appeared in the void and tore Qiu Yaoqi in half, killing him on the spot. Yaoqi. Qiu Shan screamed and fled frantically in fear. Die. Fang Chen used the Thousand Sword domain to suppress Qiu Shan. A sword pierced through the sky and nailed Qiu Shan's delicate body to the wall. Qiu Shan was severely injured and knew that she could not escape. She took out her communication jade pendant. Roar. The beastly roar was heard again as the three-eyed bear king's large claw crushed Qiu Shan's head. She only had time to send out a final message. Go back. Fang Chen appeared and said to the three-eyed bear king in the dark. The latter hung its huge head and returned to the beast pagoda reluctantly. After reaching the mysterious heaven realm, Fang Chen could control the beast pagoda as he wished. He could control the demon beasts in the first level at will. He planned to do it himself, but in the end, he let the three-eyed bear king disguise himself as a werewolf. He even left time for Qiu Shan to send the message. The wolf god's slough. He burned Qiu Shan and Qiu Yaoqi's bodies, then looked at the shining skin. Wolf god slough. Fang Chen excitedly held the wolf god's slough in his hand. At the same time, at the Qiu family branch. Bang! The patriarch smashed the stone table with his palm, his face full of anger. Damned werewolf. Qiu Shan's last message was that the werewolves hadn't left yet. After that, they lost contact. The clan discovered that both of their life slips had shattered at the same time. This also meant that the two of them had completely died. The death of an elder in the profound Qi realm and a genius in the profound heaven realm was a fatal blow to the Qiu family's branch. Patriarch, are we just going to let it go? Some elders were unwilling to accept this. The clan leader sighed and suppressed the anger in his heart. What else can we do? Hundreds of years ago, even the main clan remained silent. The power behind the werewolves is not something we can provoke. Moreover, hundreds of years have passed, and the werewolf's strength has increased too quickly. Even Elder Qiu Shan was killed. No matter how many people we send, it will be useless. But the clan leader waved his hand. There's no need to say any more. This matter ends here. The Black Extinction Mine will become a forbidden area once more. No one is allowed to go near it. The center of Moshaitian was surrounded by an endless ocean. There were powerful restrictions in the sky, and normal people wouldn't be able to cross the ocean. In the center of the ocean, there was an enormous piece of land. This piece of land was where the Qiu family's headquarters was located. The Qiu family had 3 profound light realm experts, and the current patriarch was a peak profound star realm expert. There were many elders in the profound Qi realm, and they were countless times stronger than the Wuji sword sect. If they were to compete in overall strength, even the top forces of the Great Heaven Realm combined might not be the Cho family's match. Elder Cho Ming was the second elder of the Cho family. He had just broken through to the profound star realm, and his strength was on par with the patriarch of the Cho family's branch. Elder Cho Ming, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch, wishes to see you, the servant reported. Let him in, Elder Cho Ming said. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch was quickly brought into the garden. Greetings, Elder Cho Ming, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch said respectfully. What are you doing here instead of cultivating in your Spirit Void branch's territory? Elder Cho Ming said indifferently. By the way, how is Cho Yaoha's cultivation? When he comprehended the third stage of the demonic killing sword Dao, I'll bring him to the main branch. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch's expression stiffened, and he didn't say anything. Elder Cho Ming was a bit displeased. Elder Cho Ming. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch wanted to say something but stopped. Speak. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch nodded and said, Elder Cho Ming, I'm afraid that Cho Yaoha won't be able to come to the main branch to see you. What's wrong? He's dead. Elder Cho Ming suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, What happened? Who killed Cho Yaoha? Elder Cho Ming. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch told Elder Cho Ming everything about the Black Extinction Mine. Elder Cho Ming's expression changed after hearing this. You're saying that the one who killed Cho Yaoha and Cho Shan was a werewolf that appeared out of nowhere several hundred years ago? That's right. Before Elder Cho Shan died, she sent a message back saying that the werewolf is not dead. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch said, Elder Cho Ming, I came here this time to ask about the origin of those werewolves from several hundred years ago. Why is the main branch unwilling to be enemies with them? You don't need to know this. Don't provoke the werewolves in the Black Extinction Mine anymore. Elder Cho Ming exhorted. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch nodded, I understand. I'll go back and give the order. After saying that, he turned around and left, but he was stopped by Elder Cho Ming. What else did Cho Shan say? The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch thought carefully and said, she seemed to be under a powerful attack at that time and her life was hanging by a thread. She sent back intermittently that the werewolf is not dead. Speaking of this, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch suddenly remembered. By the way, Elder Cho Shan also said something about skin. I didn't hear what she said after that and the transmission was cut off. Skin. Hearing these two words, Elder Cho Ming was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were filled with incomparable joy. Okay, you can go back first. Elder Cho Ming casually took out a spatial ring and threw it to the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch. Take this back. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch was secretly delighted. After watching the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch leave, Elder Cho Ming finally couldn't help but laugh wildly. Werewolf, skin, could it be? As an upper echelon of the Cho family, he naturally knew that the werewolves that appeared hundreds of years ago were most likely members of the legendary blood race of the Chaos Void branch. And now, Cho Shan had said that she saw skin before she died. Werewolf, skin. These two words made Elder Cho Ming think of the wolf god Slough. Is it really the wolf god Slough? Elder Cho Ming was extremely excited. If I can obtain the wolf god Slough, I will definitely be able to enter the mystic light realm and become the fourth patriarch of the Cho family. Beastmaster Tower, first level. Fang Chen held the wolf god Slough and walked to the demon tiger and beast's mark. Dong. The mark that had been motionless this whole time actually shook. How do I let it absorb it? Fang Chen asked. The power within the wolf god Slough needs to be personally guided by you, master. Use yourself as the medium and inject it into the demon tiger and beast's mark. The mysterious heaven cone nails artifact spirit explained. Fang Chen followed the guidance of the mysterious heaven cone nails artifact spirit. The power in his body vibrated and instantly activated the wolf god Slough. Berserk dark energy surged out from within and drilled into his body. Go! With a low shout, he guided the violent dark power to his right hand. Through his right hand, it entered the demon tiger and beast's mark. Success. Seeing this, Fang Chen was secretly happy and continued to increase his strength. At the same time, somewhere in the chaos void, the darkness was boundless and the smell of blood filled the air. This was the territory of the Blood Race's werewolf branch. On the heaven-reaching platform, there were 5 werewolves sitting cross-legged and enjoying the worship of their people. They were the 5 wolf gods of the wolf god branch. They were high above and looked down on the world. Honorable Lord Wolf God, please protect our clan. Below, countless werewolves knelt and prayed. Streams of power of will entered the bodies of the 5 wolf gods. Suddenly, the 5th wolf god on the heaven-reaching platform opened his eyes abruptly. His heart was throbbing, and his ferocious face was filled with coldness. His scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Who is it that is destroying my slough? Chapter 2441. The 5th wolf god's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. His emotional fluctuations directly caused the void to tremble. The sky was filled with thunder and dark clouds as if doomsday had arrived. Many people below the sky-reaching platform exclaimed. The wolf god had appeared. Honorable Lord Wolf God, please look at your people. Ha ha ha, Lord Wolf God has appeared. The grave expression on the 5th wolf god's face gradually eased as he looked at the cheering people. He lowered his head and looked down. Then, he raised his finger and flicked it. Suddenly, a ray of light drilled into the mind of one of the werewolves. Just as the werewolf was about to speak, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Go and bring back my slough. Yes, Lord Wolf God. The wolf god said in a deep voice. Fang Chen, who was far away in the void star sky, naturally didn't know that his actions had caused an uproar in the werewolves. Even the 5th wolf god had woken up. At this moment, he was staring at the demon tiger and beast's mark in the beast taming tower. Master, the demon tiger and beast's mark has become more powerful after absorbing the wolf god's slough, the 6-feathered sky sparrow said excitedly. The demon tiger and beast was the absolute king of the wasteland demon clan. Although it was only a mark, it could emit a strong demonic aura. This demonic aura was extremely important to the 6-feathered sky sparrow and other demon beasts. They had to absorb this demonic aura every day to improve their strength. Fang Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Just the wolf god's slough has such vast power. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, if it's the real wolf god, how powerful would it be? Fang Chen could completely imagine that the real wolf god must be as powerful as Soldier Wu. Thinking of the dark blood race, Fang Chen's shoulders felt extremely heavy. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy of the dark blood race, so he didn't have to worry. Strength was always the most important. Improve my strength. Fang Chen clenched his fists and said to himself. Whoosh. Suddenly, he discovered that a trace of the wolf god's slough's aura was circulating within his body. This wisp of aura wandered uncontrollably through Fang Chen's bloodline and finally fused completely with it. What's going on? Fang Chen was very surprised and hurriedly asked. The mysterious heaven cone nail said, Master, within the wolf god's slough, there was a trace of the wolf god's bloodline remaining. When you triggered the wolf god's slough, this trace of bloodline hid in your body and merged with your blood. To put it simply, you now have a trace of the wolf god's aura. However, this won't affect your body in any way. On the contrary, it will be helpful to your cultivation. The wolf god bloodline was considered a powerful bloodline in the chaos void. Although it was not as good as the darkness bloodline, the wolf god bloodline was still a branch of the darkness bloodline. Master, you can carefully study the wolf god bloodline. If you can comprehend a trace of the darkness bloodline's mysteries, that would be great. The mysterious heaven cone nail said. When he mentioned the darkness blood clan, there was a trace of shock in his tone. The darkness blood clan was a real big clan in the chaos void. In front of such a big clan, even the Heaven Pillar Zong family and the Azure Net Heaven Shou family did not dare to go against them. Even if the old master, Great Emperor Shu Xian, was still alive, he might not be able to gain any benefits from the Darkness Blood clan. Is the Darkness bloodline very powerful? Fang Chen asked. The mysterious heaven cone nail fell into silence. After a moment, he slowly said, Master, do you know why the Darkness Blood clan is famous in the Chaos Void? Fang Chen shook his head. He did not know much about the Darkness Blood Clan. Because there is a Darkness ancestor in the Darkness Blood Clan. He has the purest Darkness bloodline in his body. His strength is even more powerful than the Old Master. He is recognized as the strongest in the world. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit said, one person, to protect a clan. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Although the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit only briefly explained, he could imagine the Darkness ancestor's monstrous strength. The Darkness bloodline is one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. Anyone who has a trace of the Darkness bloodline can achieve supreme martial arts. Now, with the passage of time, the Darkness Blood Clan has also declined. There is not a single pureblood among their descendants. However, relying on the pureblood powerhouses of the past, they can still dominate the Chaos Void. Every sentence of the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit could make people tremble. Since ancient times, countless martial artists have tried to obtain the Darkness Blood Clan's branch bloodline. They wanted to study the profound meaning of the Darkness bloodline, but they all failed. No one succeeded? Fang Chen asked. Yes. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He quickly asked, who was it? Old Master, Great Emperor Shu Xian. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit's emotions fluctuated. It seemed to be immersed in memories. That year, the Old Master's strength had reached an extremely powerful stage. He accidentally obtained a drop of the Wolf God's bloodline. After tens of billions of years of research, he forcefully comprehended a trace of the Darkness bloodline's profound meaning. However, because he did not have the Darkness bloodline as a reference, what he comprehended was only an incomplete profound meaning. Even so, it made the Darkness Blood Clan turn pale with fright. They did not allow such a powerhouse to exist. Once the Old Master's comprehension was made public, the Darkness Blood Clan would have no secrets. They would soon be surpassed by other clans. Therefore, the Darkness Blood Clan gathered countless powerhouses and launched a frenzied revenge on the Old Master. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's tool spirit did not say the following words, but Fang Chen could already guess. Great Emperor Shu Xian was killed by the Darkness ancestor of the Darkness Blood Clan? Fang Chen asked. No. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit said, that year, the Darkness ancestor found the Old Master and fought with him for 300 years. However, he did not take the Old Master's life. Then who killed the Great Emperor Shu Xian? Fang Chen was very curious. When he first obtained the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail, the latter told him that the Great Emperor Shu Xian's enemy was too strong and could not let him know. What about now? If it was not the Darkness ancestor, then who was it? Who had the ability to kill the Great Emperor Shu Xian? Although the Darkness ancestor was not the murderer, he was one of the accomplices. If he did not severely injure the Old Master would not have fallen because of this. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit said slowly. There was a touch of sadness in his words. After the battle between the Old Master and the Darkness ancestor ended, the Old Master suffered some serious injuries. He hid to recover. Who knew that he would be secretly followed by a thief? The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit's emotions fluctuated greatly. Fang Chen did not pursue the matter. He waited for a long time until the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail Spirit's emotions stabilized. The murderer who killed the Old Master was the old devil Dong Shu, whose name shook the chaotic void. His power was about the same as the Darkness ancestor. He had a grudge against the Old Master in the past. He took advantage of the Old Master's great exhaustion in the battle with the Darkness ancestor to make a sudden move. The Old Master desperately escaped, but in the end, because of his severe injuries, his life faded away. Fang Chen also heard what happened after that. After the Great Emperor Shu Xian fell, his body disintegrated and turned into the four mysterious heavens, which was later known as the Void Star Heaven. After listening, Fang Chen sighed. An existence so strong that even the Great Emperor Shu Xian would fall one day. Above the ancient gods, are there stronger beings? Such a crazy and bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Without a doubt, the ancient gods were already standing at the peak of the chaotic void. The Great Emperor Shu Xian, the Darkness ancestor, and the old devil Dong Shu were all ancient god powerhouses. However, as ancient gods, there were differences in strength. Of course, the current Fang Chen was still very far away from the ancient god realm. But you don't have to take it too seriously. The old master spent tens of billions of years to comprehend a trace of the mystery. With your current martial arts attainment, it's impossible for you to reach the old master's level. The mysterious heaven cone nail spirit said. He was telling the truth. It's a pity that the old master's true spirit collapsed and did not leave anything behind. Otherwise, if you could obtain the mystery of the dark bloodline, you might be able to achieve something. Fang Chen shrugged and temporarily put the wolf god bloodline to the back of his mind. Boom! A deafening sound came from within the beast pagoda. The demon tiger and beast's imprint light cluster suddenly expanded. A violent demonic aura filled the first level of space. The six-feathered sky sparrow and the other demonic beasts were overjoyed. All of them entered a state of cultivation. The demon tiger and beast's imprint is evolving. Chapter 2442. The imprint of the demon tiger and beast continued to evolve after absorbing the power of the wolf god Slough. According to the spirit of the mysterious sky cone nail, it was equivalent to reducing the recovery time of tens of thousands of years. To Fang Chen, this was an extremely good thing. The six-feathered sky sparrow and many other monsters were also cultivating. With his current control of the beast pagoda, he could easily destroy a force if he released the monster army all at once. It's not enough. It'll be great when they reach the profound Qi realm, Fang Chen said to himself. The monster army was only at the profound heaven realm. No matter how many monsters there were, they could not kill a profound star realm master. If they could reach the profound Qi realm and work with the burning sky nine changes formation, their lethality would be maximized. They could also kill a profound star realm martial artist instantly. Resources. Fang Chen clenched his fist. There were only two ways to improve their cultivation. The first was to accumulate a large amount of cultivation resources. The second was to find a mountain range where monsters lived and capture a large number of profound Qi monsters. Whoosh! After exiting the beast pagoda, Fang Chen informed Xiao Huang and the others to lead the Azura Sword Dao martial artists from the city of 10,000 swords and Giant Sword City to secretly come here. A few days later. Boss, how was it? Xiao Huang asked with a smile. This mine can be mined, but we have to be wary of the Qiu family's spirit void branch. Fang Chen said. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us. Xiao Huang and the other three happily led many sword cultivators and began to mine without restraint. Time passed. 3 years later. In 3 years, the mining volume of the Black Absolute mine had reached 20%. There were countless Black Absolute ores. During this period, the six-feathered sky sparrow absorbed the monster aura and successfully broke through to the profound Qi realm. It evolved into the seven-feathered sky sparrow and activated the second level of the beast pagoda. After a while, the three-eyed bear king also broke through to the profound Qi realm. Its body reached the invincible realm. The breakthrough of the two demonic beasts also made Fang Chen secretly happy. A portion of the Black Absolute ore that Xiao Huang and the others mined was used by Fang Chen, while the rest was transported to the beast pagoda. Voila! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a majestic flame suddenly appeared around his body. Then, a shocking array emerged. Burning Heaven 9 changes formation. After a few years of tempering, he had already reached the 8th transformation. He was only one step away from the 9th transformation. After reaching the 8th transformation of the Burning Heaven 9 transformations formation, its power has increased by several times. Fang Chen smiled. Rip. Mo Shotien, in the airspace above the desolate black mine, the void was torn apart as a black silhouette appeared. This crappy place actually took me 3 years. The black figure cursed. Then, he looked down and sniffed. Sure enough, he smelled a trace of the wolf god's blood. Back then, Lord Fifth Wolf God had risen from nothing. When he was still weak, he accidentally came to Mo Shotien. To think that in such a barbaric place, he actually managed to awaken the heart of the wolf god and became the wolf god. He Lang curled his lips and said. In fact, Any werewolf in the werewolf race had the chance to awaken the heart of the wolf god. Once awakened, they would be able to become the wolf god and become the supreme wolf god of the werewolf race. However, it was extremely difficult to awaken it. Over the countless years, only 5 werewolves had become the wolf god. After the 5th wolf god, there had not been a new wolf god for hundreds of years. Back then, my strength was obviously stronger than the 5th wolf god. But now, he has become the wolf god, and I am just an ordinary iron wolf. Hei Lang said in a deep voice. His heart was naturally filled with unwillingness. Back then, the 5th wolf god was the same as him. They were both iron wolf. But now, their statuses were completely different. I heard that the 5th wolf god devoured the heart of the desolate black mine in this mine and then awakened the heart of the wolf god by chance. Thinking of this, a hint of greed appeared in Hei Lang's eyes. Foolish human, how dare you touch the remains of the 5th wolf god? You are courting death. As soon as his voice fell, he stepped on the air above the desolate black mine. Crack! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The desolate black mine directly collapsed from the inside. Many mining martial artists who could not escape in time died one after another. Not good. Fang Chen, who was watching the burning sky 9 changes formation, suddenly felt a strange movement. He shouted and shook his wrist. A violent force instantly gushed out and completely enveloped Xiao Huang and the others. Rip! In the collapsed mine, Fang Chen and the others burst out from it. Bang! As soon as they flew out, they were punched by Hei Lang. Dong! Fang Chen's body fell heavily on the collapsed desolate black mine. Dust flew up, and a trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Buzz! The Heijin golden armor released a strong defense and blocked Hei Lang's attack. This is... Fang Chen was shocked to find that a crack had appeared on the desolate gold armor. One could imagine how strong the opponent was. Lowly human. In the sky, Hei Lang said in a deep voice. A violent aura swept across the land and enveloped everyone. Miserable screams could be heard. Many mining martial artists who were lucky enough to survive were covered in blood. Who are you? Fang Chen raised his head and stared at Hei Lang. Hey! Desolate gold armor actually appeared in such a barbaric place. What a waste. It was actually made into such a poor quality armor. Hei Lang said. Fang Chen's heart tightened. Where did this person come from? From his tone, it seemed that the desolate gold armor was of poor quality. Crash! Hei Lang spread out his big hand and stretched it in front of Fang Chen. Hand over the remains of the 5th wolf god. Remains! Finally, Fang Chen understood that the person in front of him was from the werewolf race. Damn it, why would the werewolf race come here? Fang Chen cursed in his heart. The dark blood race was far away from the 33 heavens and was in the no man's land. There was an endless distance between them and Mo Shotien. I feel a trace of the wolf god's blood on you. I think the remains of the wolf god are on you. Hei Lang looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Master, this is the iron wolf of the werewolf race. His cultivation is around the mystic light realm, but his combat strength is comparable to a mystic true realm human. The mysterious heaven cone nail said. Then what should we do? If you attack with all your strength, can you kill him? Fang Chen asked. The artifact spirit pondered for a moment and said, yes, but I have a suggestion. Speak. If this iron wolf dies, the wolf god of the werewolf race will definitely sense it. So, it's best to keep him alive. Maybe you can get some secrets of the werewolf race from him. The artifact spirit said. Okay, let's do that. After saying that, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Hei Lang with his black eyes. I don't have the remains of the wolf god. Are you looking for death? Hei Lang narrowed his eyes and said arrogantly. I've already fed the remains of the wolf god to my spirit pet. Boom. Hei Lang's body emitted an extremely violent power. He stared at Fang Chen and said, You. How dare you destroy the remains of the 5th wolf god? Hei Lang was furious. He stretched out his big hand and the werewolf race's bloodline completely erupted. A heart-palpitating power whizzed out. Mysterious heaven cone nail. Fang Chen shouted in his heart. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from his body. Then, the mysterious heaven cone nail was fully activated. A vast power instantly swept out. That is, soon, Hei Lang felt that something was wrong. He sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Mysterious heaven cone nail. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Back then, the mysterious heaven cone nail followed Great Emperor Shu Xian and was famous in the chaotic void. Everyone in the blood race knew about it. Hei Lang had also seen it in the ancient records. But he did not expect to see it with his own eyes. No, Hei Lang felt the powerful power released from the mysterious heaven cone nail and fled desperately. Boom! It tore the sky and struck the void. The mysterious heaven cone nail fully erupted. Its power was so strong that it made Fang Chen tremble. At this moment, the entire Mo Shotien felt the powerful power coming from here. Crack! Hei Lang's body was instantly crushed. Only his head was barely holding on. Even someone as powerful as Hei Lang could not resist in front of the mysterious heaven cone nail. Keep! After the mysterious heaven cone nail suppressed Hei Lang, Fang Chen grabbed Hei Lang's head and then used a sealing technique to suppress him. Boom! The violent aura overturned the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles. Mo Shotien was shaken. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2443. Within the Chiu family, the three mystic light realm experts came out of seclusion and looked in the direction of the Black Extinction Mine. After a long time, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the three of them. What do you think? Chiu Tian asked. Chiu Di shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. That level of power isn't something we can come into contact with. Looks like our prediction was right. Those werewolves are from the dark blood race. Only the dark blood race can cause such a commotion. Why did the dark blood race cause such a commotion in our Moshation? Could it be that they want to invade Moshation? Thinking of this, Chiu Xian's face darkened. If the dark blood race really wanted to invade Moshation, their Chiu family wouldn't be able to stop them. That shouldn't be possible. The dark blood race doesn't care about our Moshation at all. Maybe the experts of the dark blood race came to pick up their people. In the end, the Chiu family gave an order. The Black Extinction Mine was listed as the #1 forbidden ground in Moshation. No one was allowed to go near it. The entire Moshation was discussing the Black Extinction Mine. The City Lord and Giant Sword City's butler were very worried, but when Fang Chen sent back the news, they were very excited. Black Extinction Mine. Boss, where's that werewolf? Xiao Huang asked. The commotion this time wasn't small. Boss, aren't you a little too strong? That's an expert comparable to the mystic true realm, but he was suppressed by us just like that. Little Hai grinned. Boss, it won't be long before we can dominate Moshation, Old Faker said. Even Pangolin, who was usually calm, was very excited. Within the collapsed Black Extinction Mine, Hei Lang's head was tightly bound. Fang Chen and the others surrounded him. Puny human, you dare to go against the werewolf race? You'll die. Hei Lang yelled. Chimph, you're already a prisoner. Don't you know your place? Xiao Huang was furious. He punched Hei Lang's head, causing the latter to cry out in pain. Tell me, who told you to come here? Fang Chen asked. Bah! Hei Lang glared at Fang Chen, his murderous intent surging. Bang bang bang. The result was obvious. He was beaten up badly. A few days later, the Black Wolf finally gave in. The exalted fifth wolf god sent me here. When he was young, he awakened the heart of the wolf god in this place. He left his mortal shell here, and after becoming a wolf god, he left. 3 years ago, he sensed that someone was destroying his remains, so he sent me here, Hei Lang said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly moved. The fifth wolf god was able to sense it even though they were separated by endless time and space. So, there are a total of 5 wolf gods in your werewolf clan? Fang Chen asked. Hei Lang nodded and told Fang Chen everything he knew. From Hei Lang's words, Fang Chen had a certain understanding of the werewolf tribe. The werewolves were a large branch of the Dark Kindred. They had a lot of members, and there were 5 werewolves in the world. All of them were extremely powerful venerables. The werewolves had a high status in the Dark Kindred. The 5 werewolves were praised by the Dark Ancestor. After learning about them, Fang Chen imprisoned Hei Lang's head in the beast-taming pagoda. At the same time, he absorbed a drop of werewolf blood and integrated it into his own bloodline. Xiao Huang and the other 3 also entered the beast-taming pagoda to cultivate. After this battle, Fang Chen became even more cautious. The 5th wolf god could sense the wolf god's remains across endless time and space. If he attacked, there was no way he could escape. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. In the following days, the miners continued to mine the black ore vein, while Fang Chen quietly left this place. Moshation, the northernmost land, Sky Dragon Mountain Range. This mountain range was close to the endless ocean and was not too far from the land of the Qiu family. Standing in this mountain range, one could see the Qiu family across the endless ocean. The goal of Fang Chen's trip was the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. It is said that there are mystic Qi realm beasts in the core of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. I hope they don't disappoint me, Fang Chen said to himself, and then plunged into the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Half a month later, in the Qiu family's headquarters, the patriarch looked around. Below him, many branch patriarchs were sitting quietly. There is news from the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. The beasts raised by the Qiu family were attacked by a mysterious expert. The head patriarch said in a deep voice, according to the information, this mysterious expert should be a mystic star realm warrior. Patriarch, the spirit void lineage is willing to go to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range and suppress this person, the spirit void lineage said hurriedly. After Qiu Yingha's death, the spirit void lineage had declined even more. They urgently needed to seize the opportunity to curry favor with the head patriarch. Good. This time, Elder Qiu Ming will lead the team and the spirit void lineage will assist. Outside the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, Elder Qiu Ming stopped. Elder Qiu Ming, what should we do now? The spirit void lineage asked. Just go in. Elder Qiu Ming swaggered into the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Seeing this, the spirit void lineage followed closely behind. The two of them searched the Sky Dragon Mountain Range for a long time, but they didn't find any trace of Fang Chen. Instead, they found that the number of beasts raised in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range had decreased by a lot. Damned thief! Elder Qiu Ming was furious. He immediately said, "You and I will act separately. Once we find him, immediately report back." Yes, Elder Qiu Ming. Fang Chen knew that his wanton plundering of the mystic Qi realm beasts in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range had already attracted the attention of the Qiu family. Roar. In front, a gale sword-tooth leopard opened its bloody mouth and roared at Fang Chen. Beast. Fang Chen growled. Black vibration golden armor covered his body and punched the gale sword-tooth leopard's head. Bang. The gale sword-tooth leopard's huge body was sent flying by Fang Chen. In the next moment, Fang Chen took a step forward and came before the gale sword-tooth leopard. He kept it in the beast-taming pagoda. Phew. I've already collected 9 mystic Qi realm beasts. It's obvious that there are a lot fewer of them, Fang Chen said. Then, he continued to search. Not long after he left, the spirit void lineage arrived. Seeing the blood on the ground, his face darkened. He must not have gone far. His figure flashed and he chased after him. Sure enough, after a while, he found Fang Chen's back. Thief, die! The spirit void lineage roared and slashed with his sword. The violent aura of the demonic killing sword principle instantly spread out. The powerful sword light pierced Fang Chen's back. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The sword light was blocked by the black vibration golden armor. Fang Chen turned around and released the 10,000 sword domain, shattering the sword light. The spirit void lineage's face changed slightly. However, when he felt the aura flowing around Fang Chen's body, he sneered in his heart. An extreme warrior of the mystic heaven realm? A look of disdain appeared on his face. I can capture such a weak cultivator by myself, Lin Feng said with a smile. In fact, he did not inform Elder Qiu Ming in time because he was selfish. If he wanted to be recognized by the main family, he had to make a contribution. This task was personally issued by the spirit void lineage. If he could complete it alone and Elder Chiu Ming said a few good words in front of the spirit void lineage, his future path would definitely be easier. Thinking of this, the spirit void lineage stepped forward and came to Fang Chen. Boy, are you the one destroying the beasts of the Chiu family? The spirit void lineage said coldly. The beasts of the Chiu family? Who are you? Fang Chen asked. I am the spirit void lineage's patriarch. Surrender now, or don't blame me for being rude. The spirit void lineage's aura suppressed Fang Chen with the aura of the mystic star realm. Spirit void lineage? Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Chiu Longtan, Chiu Longying, and the others were disciples of the spirit void lineage. He did not expect to meet the patriarch of the spirit void lineage here. In Moshaitian, no one is stupid enough to offend the Chiu family, the spirit void lineage's patriarch sneered. Fang Chen licked his dry lips. This was his first time facing a mystic star realm warrior. It's time to test my strength. Seeing the expression on Fang Chen's face, the spirit void lineage's patriarch was furious. A mere mystic heaven realm warrior dares to challenge me. You won't give up until you see the end. The spirit void lineage's patriarch opened his palm, and the terrifying demonic killing sword Qi gathered in his palm. It was very shocking. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the sword light formed by the demonic killing sword Qi whizzed out. Bang! Fang Chen shattered it with a punch. This little trick is not difficult for me. Chapter 2444. Clan leader Lingshu didn't expect a profound sky realm warrior to be able to block his attack. Looks like you're not that bad. Clan leader Lingshu sneered and activated the demon killing sword principle again. Beam after beam of brutal sword light tore through the void and whizzed toward Jian Wushuang. Profound star realm. You can refine the sun, moon, and stars for your own use. Amazing. During the fight with clan leader Lingshu, Fang Chen found that every time the former attacked, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth and borrow the omnipresent power in the surrounding air. This was called borrowing power, as well as borrowing power. This was the most basic and most reliable method of a profound star realm warrior. Shura Sword Principle. Fang Chen used the 10th move of the Shura Sword Principle. Buzz! The sword hummed and the dazzling sword light collided with clan leader Lingshu's attack. Crack! Heaven and earth shook as the two sword lights collided, causing the entire void to tremble. This is the Shura Sword Principle. Clan leader Lingshu's expression changed greatly as he said in a low voice. As a profound star realm warrior, his understanding of the demon killing sword principle had reached a certain level. He recognized Fang Chen's Shura Sword Principle at a glance. You're the descendant of the demon sword Venerable? It's too late to find out now. Fang Chen sneered and released the burning Sky Nine Changes formation, trapping clan leader Lingshu inside. Then he used the Shura Sword Principle again. Roar! A furious roar sounded, and a huge black hole appeared behind clan leader Lingshu. The black hole emitted a suffocating aura. Tiger swallows heaven and earth, one of the Chiu family's 3 great talents. Roar! Clan leader Lingshu's tiger swallows heaven and earth was obviously many times stronger than Chiu Longtan's. After the tiger swallows the heavens and earth was unleashed, an extremely violent suction force emerged from the black hole that caused everyone to tremble. Rip! The surrounding towering trees were all destroyed by the violent suction force. Tiger swallows heaven and earth is useless against me. Fang Chen had fought with Chiu Longtan in the void star sky. Tiger swallows heaven and earth was useless against him. Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground, motionless. No matter how violent the storm was, it was unable to drag him away. With a flick of his finger, a frightening ray of light burst forth from his finger. At the same time, the innate soul reversal technique was used. A soul spear condensed in the sky and pierced toward the terrifying black hole. Rip! The soul power spear fused with the terrifying finger radiance and pierced into the black hole. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. Fang Chen had broken one of the 3 innate divine abilities. The tiger swallows the heavens and earth. Clan leader Lingshu turned pale with fright. Damn it! After stabilizing his body and mind, The Spirit Void clan leader continued to use another talent ability. Dong. The ground trembled as a vast sword light appeared above his head. This sword light was different from the demon killing sword principle as it was completely condensed from origin energy. One of the 3 innate divine powers, sword devours the world. Fang Chen murmured. Legend had it that once the sword devours the world was used, the sword light condensed from origin energy could devour all the longswords nearby. This was a move specifically targeted at sword cultivators. Buzz. The sword light circled quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was dazzling. Go! With a roar from the Spirit Void clan leader, the sword light quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen. Ding ding ding! The hidden star sword vibrated slightly as if it was affected by the sword devours the world. I've long heard of the Cho family's sword devours the world. Today, I see that it's nothing special. Fang Chen curled his lips. I'd like to see if your sword devours the world is more powerful than my devours the world. As soon as his voice fell, the hidden star sword released a strong pressure that belonged to a space-level weapon. Then, layers of halos emerged instantly. Hiss. A powerful devouring force spread out and clashed with the sword devouring the world mystical ability. Child's play. The Spirit Void clan leader sneered. He waved his hand and controlled the sword light, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's defense with one blow. However, he underestimated the power of the hidden star sword. Dong. The hidden star sword's special devouring attribute combined with the 1000 sword domain and the sword domain raised the devouring power to the strongest. Hoo. The Spirit Void clan leader's sword light was approaching Fang Chen at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? The Spirit Void clan leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Roar. The Spirit Void clan leader roared and continued to increase his strength, but it was useless. Crack. The sword light shattered. All the power of the sword devours the world was absorbed by the hidden star sword. Fang Chen took this opportunity to use the 10th move of the Shura sword art to suppress the Spirit Void clan leader. Bang! The Spirit Void clan leader was still struggling, but he was kicked to the ground by Fang Chen. If you want to live, listen to me, Fang Chen said. What do you want? The Spirit Void clan leader never dreamed that he would be suppressed by a guy in the mystic heaven realm. He was unwilling to accept such a great humiliation. Swear a martial oath to never betray me, Fang Chen said. Impossible, the Spirit Void clan leader said. Fang Chen chuckled and punched the Spirit Void clan leader again and again. At the same time, he used the Carnate Soul reversal technique to attack the Spirit Void clan leader's essence soul. Soon, a miserable cry came from the Spirit Void clan leader's mouth. Stop! The Spirit Void clan leader roared with difficulty. He gave in. I, the Spirit Void clan leader, swear a martial oath. Soon, the Spirit Void clan leader swore that he would never betray Fang Chen. That's right. Fang Chen grinned and put the Spirit Void clan leader down. Who are you? Why can a mystic heaven realm fight a mystic star realm? The Spirit Void clan leader stood up and carefully observed Fang Chen. That's not important. You just need to know that from today onwards, you're no longer a member of the Cho family. You want me to betray the Cho family? The Spirit Void clan leader looked at Fang Chen with wariness. The latter's attacks were too strange and impossible to guard against. He flicked his finger and the Shura sword Dao shot into the Spirit Void clan leader's head. This is the Shura sword Dao? The Spirit Void clan leader exclaimed. Give up on the demon kill sword Dao. From today onwards, comprehend the Shura sword Dao, Fang Chen said. The Spirit Void clan leader was in a difficult position. Moshation was the Cho family's world. If he was discovered to be comprehending the Shura sword Dao, he would definitely die. You also know that I have the Shura sword Dao, so you must know why I came to Moshation. The Spirit Void clan leader lowered his head. How could he not know that Fang Chen was here to spread his teachings? You can't beat the Cho family, the Spirit Void clan leader said. The Cho family has 3 mystic light realm ancestors. As long as I suppress the 3 of them, the others won't be a threat, Fang Chen said casually. Although you can suppress me, you have no chance of winning against mystic light realm experts, the Spirit Void clan leader reminded. That's why I didn't openly spread my teachings. The time isn't right yet, Fang Chen said. Cultivate in secret for now, and when the time is right, you won't have to be afraid anymore. The Spirit Void clan leader was helpless, but he could only accept. A martial oath was the most terrifying thing. Once a cultivator went against it, they would be punished by the heavens. Even someone as strong as the Spirit Void clan leader didn't dare to go against a martial oath. From now on, he had already betrayed the Chiu family and was on the opposite side of the Chiu family. I hope you can succeed, the Spirit Void clan leader said in his heart. You destroyed the beasts of the Chiu family in the Sky Dragon mountain range and attracted the attention of the patriarch. He sent me and Elder Chiu Ming over. The Spirit Void clan leader suddenly thought, Elder Chiu Ming is much stronger than me. You're not his match. Elder Chiu Ming? Fang Chen said faintly. After suppressing the Spirit Void clan leader, he already had a plan in his head. For now, he couldn't expose the Spirit Void clan leader. He had to make good use of it. Don't worry, I won't fight him head-on. You, on the other hand, don't get discovered. After that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the air. The Spirit Void clan leader looked around, then collected his thoughts and left. It's all thanks to the Burning Sky 9 Changes formation and the Shura sword technique that I was able to suppress the Spirit Void clan leader. Fang Chen said from the clouds in the sky. If that wasn't the case, it would have been difficult to suppress the Spirit Void clan leader. With Fang Chen's current strength, he had no problem dealing with normal Mystic Star realms. However, he wouldn't be able to suppress peak Mystic Star realms. It seems that I have to develop the Mystic God Army as soon as possible. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2445. 3 months later, clan leader Ling Xiu and Elder Chiu Ming returned empty-handed. The clan leader was very dissatisfied with this. At the same time, he increased his efforts to pay attention to the Sky Dragon mountain range. As long as there was any movement, it would definitely be discovered. Space rippled. Fang Chen was traveling through the void. Soon, he returned to the black mineral vein. Boss, how was the harvest? Xiao Huang asked. Not bad. Boss, during this period, the Chiu family seemed to have sensed something. They are investigating Mo Shotian, Pangolin said. Boss, when can we have a good fight? Xiao Hai couldn't wait to fight with the Chiu family. Soon. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something. Immediately, his body stiffened. In a certain corner of the vast chaotic void, 2 large miniature universes were connected and leaning on each other. One of the miniature universes was obviously very large. Shura universe. Fang Chen's avatar stood in the vast fixed road universe, feeling the magical growth of all things. Beside him, the bone progenitor was also looking at all of this with a smile. Fang Chen, how do you divide your universe? Fang Chen understood what the bone progenitor meant. For example, the Star River universe was divided into the lower world and the God world. These 2 areas made the universe more stable. Fang Chen already had a plan for this. Let's divide it into 3 realms. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the majestic origin energy formed a layer of extremely powerful energy halo in the Shura universe. This layer of halo was constantly perfecting the Shura universe according to Fang Chen's inner thoughts. The human realm is also the most ordinary realm. Fang Chen said. The human realm of the Shura universe was equivalent to the ancient sword continent of the Star River universe. However, the space was countless times larger than the ancient sword continent. The warriors in this realm were considered to have just stepped onto the path of martial arts. Their comprehension of martial arts was also at the initial stage. Warriors in this stage cultivated to the extreme and had a lifespan of about 100,000 years. Above the human realm was the Earth Immortal realm. When one's cultivation reached the Heaven Dipper realm, he would be able to break through the barrier of the human realm and automatically ascend to the Earth Immortal realm. The so-called Earth Immortal realm was, in fact, like the lower realm of the universe. Above the Earth God realm was the Hidden Star realm, which was similar to the Divine realm. Right now, the human world is taking shape. It will probably take 100 years. Fang Chen was not in a hurry. The long evolution of the universe was like experiencing cultivation all over again. For a warrior, experience was very important. Master. Fang Chen turned around and prepared to discuss some matters with the bone progenitor. He suddenly realized that the bone progenitor had entered a state of enlightenment. An epiphany after watching the formation of the human world. Fang Chen said softly as a look of joy appeared in his eyes. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The bone progenitor's epiphany lasted for 10 years. 10 years later, the bone progenitor's body surged with boundless power. He opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared into the vast void in a flash. This, even Fang Chen could not help but be amazed. The bone progenitor's understanding of spacetime was too thorough. Fang Chen, I have already thought of the follow-up move of the spacetime collapse technique. After the epiphany, the bone progenitor already had the model of the follow-up move in his mind. Next, he just needed to evolve it. The bone progenitor used half a month to deduce the spacetime collapse technique to the 15th realm. Ingenious, truly ingenious. Fang Chen praised. Even he couldn't think of such an ingenious escape method. Watching the formation of the universe, I have a deep understanding. The bone progenitor said, let's not talk about it anymore. I will continue to meditate. Before Fang Chen could say anything, the bone progenitor left. In response, Fang Chen smiled faintly. The development of the Azura universe was very normal. It was developing according to Fang Chen's ideas. Mo Shotian. After a few years, a large number of Azura Sword Dao martial artists had appeared. Fang Chen was one step closer to his goal. It was also at this time that Fang Chen encountered danger. He Lang had not returned for a long time. The fifth wolf god was very angry and sent Iron Wolf again. The Iron Wolf guards that came this time were slightly stronger than He Lang. Moreover, they didn't come alone, but a total of 5 people. 5 Iron Wolf guards, such a formation was enough to topple Mo Shotian. However, before the 5 Iron Wolf arrived at Mo Shotian, He Lang had already sensed them and informed Fang Chen of the situation. 5 Iron Wolf came. Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Boss, what should we do? He had already used the mysterious sky cone nail once. Unless he could break through to the mysterious Qi realm on the spot, he could not use it again. In this way, who could resist the Iron Wolf, who was comparable to the mysterious True Realm? Moreover, 5 of them came at once. Boss, quickly think of a way. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Little Hai said anxiously. I have an idea. The mysterious sky cone nail's weapon spirit suddenly said. What idea? Fang Chen asked. Weren't you worried about how to deal with the Qiu family's mysterious light realm ancestor? Isn't this an idea? The weapon spirit said. Are you saying that we can kill with a borrowed knife? Fang Chen hesitated. The Iron Wolf was too strong. After killing the Qiu family's mysterious light realm ancestor, if he could not find the wolf god Slough, he would definitely find trouble with him. Moreover, how to lure the Iron Wolf to the Qiu family's headquarters was also a problem. Master, you don't have to worry about this. You have the aura of the wolf god's blood. As long as they appear in Mo Shotian, you will definitely be able to sense it. The weapon spirit said, you should be one step ahead of them and sneak into the Qiu family's headquarters. When the Iron Wolf arrives, he will definitely kill his way into the Qiu family. But, what if the Iron Wolf has his eyes on me? Any decision had to be made with a plan of retreat. I can help you conceal the aura of the wolf god's blood, the mysterious heaven cone nail said. The situation was urgent. Fang Chen directly contacted the Spirit Void clan leader. After the latter received the news, he personally came to the ocean to bring Fang Chen to the headquarters land. What do you want to do? The Spirit Void clan leader asked. I want to hide in the Qiu family's headquarters for a while, Fang Chen said. Bring me to Elder Qiu Ming's residence. Although the Spirit Void clan leader was very unwilling, he still brought Fang Chen to Elder Qiu Ming's residence and arranged a place for him to stay. Right, during this time, you should try your best to leave the headquarters land and hide as far away as possible, Fang Chen reminded. Why? The Spirit Void clan leader asked. You will know in the future. The Spirit Void clan leader was puzzled, but he still followed Fang Chen's words. After bidding farewell to Elder Qiu Ming, He quickly returned to the Spirit Void branch and instructed the branch disciples not to go out during this time. Rip. The sky above Moshation was torn apart. After waiting for half a month, the Iron Wolf of the werewolf clan finally appeared. The 5 Iron Wolf stood in the sky and looked down at the earth. Black Wolf, this idiot, can't even do such a simple thing. He really disgraced our Iron Wolf. Huh. Why didn't I find Black Wolf's aura? This guy can't be dead, right? Impossible, the 5th wolf god didn't find Black Wolf's death. This guy probably didn't complete the mission and was afraid of being punished, so he found a place to hide. Finding the wolf god's remains is more important. Soon, the 5 Iron Wolf locked their target on the Cho family's headquarters. I feel the aura of the wolf god's blood in that ocean. Let's go. The 5 Iron Wolf's figures flashed and instantly arrived above the ocean. The monstrous ocean water was turbulent. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Iron Wolf appeared on land. Hoo. 3 figures shot out from the back mountain of the Cho family's headquarters. This is the Cho clan's territory. Leave quickly. Scram. Iron Wolf was infuriated by the 3 mystic light realm ancestors of the Cho family. He roared and punched out, shattering the Cho family's buildings. What a powerful aura. The 3 mystic light realm experts of the Cho family felt their hearts tremble when they felt the auras coming from the 5 Iron Wolf's bodies. Werewolf, the limit of the mystic light realm. Could it be a member of the blood race? Finally, the 3 mystic light realm experts of the Cho family felt how terrifying this person was. May I know why the dark vampire lords have come to my Cho family? If we can help, our Cho clan will do our best. My Cho clan has always been developing in Moshation. We don't seem to have any interactions with the dark blood race. After successfully attracting the 5 Great Iron Wolf, Fang Chen had already been concealed by the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails weapon spirits technique. The breath of the wolf god's blood had also disappeared along with it. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2446. It disappeared. It must have been hidden by the Cho family. Hand over the wolf god's remains, or we'll destroy your entire Cho family. The 5 Iron Wolf couldn't be bothered to deal with the Cho family. However, the wolf god's remains were too important. After not being able to sense the aura of the wolf god's blood, the 5 Iron Wolf's expressions became solemn. The failure of the Black Wolf had taught them a lesson. The 5th wolf god didn't want to see them return in failure, so they had to succeed. Otherwise, only death would await them. Hand over the wolf god's remains. The 5 Iron Wolf roared. They didn't think that a small Cho family would have such a treasure that could hide their aura. Boom. The 5 Iron Wolf started a massacre, punching and kicking. In just the blink of an eye, the Cho family was in a sorry state. Go and get the ancestors. One of the mystic light realm ancestors ran away, and the remaining 2 ancestors attacked furiously. The Cho family was their blood, sweat, and tears, and they were furious to see their blood being taken away by someone else. Die. The Iron Wolf's strength was comparable to a mystic true realm expert. The 3 mystic light realm ancestors of the Cho family were nothing. Peng. The black-armored Iron Wolf punched out and pierced through the chest of one of the mystic light realm ancestors. His Yuan spirit didn't even have time to escape before it was killed. Ah. The other mystic light realm ancestor went crazy. He felt the aura in the back mountains and knew that his ancestor had awakened. Run. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he ran toward the back mountains. You're courting death. Wasn't running away under the eyes of the 5 Iron Wolf the same as slapping their faces? One of the light-armored Iron Wolf spat out flames and killed a mystic light realm ancestor. Who is it that dares to slaughter my Cho family? The entire Moshation shook. A vast aura spread from the back mountains of the Cho family. A voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times slowly spread. Mystic True Realm? The 5 Iron Wolf did not expect that there would be a Shen True Realm expert in this small Moshotien. Attack together and kill him. The 5 Iron Wolf joined forces and blasted towards the depths of the back mountain. Dong. Explosions resounded through the skies as an intense battle engulfed the entire Moshation. The energy fluctuations that emanated from the battle completely destroyed the Cho residents. Even the ground was sunk. No. The last remaining mystic light realm patriarch raised his head and roared. He didn't have the ability to stop the sinking ground at all. Poochie. Just as he was venting his anger, a powerful ray of light pierced through his arm. Bang! His body fell to the ground with a bang. Because his injuries were too serious, he directly fainted. Boom! The huge Chou clan headquarters was directly overturned, and finally sank into the boundless ocean. The battle between the Chou clan's ancestor and the Five-Iron Wolf had shifted outside of Mo Shotien. It seems that the Five-Iron Wolf are also afraid that the battle will cause too much of a commotion and destroy Mo Shotien. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said. The 33 heavens of the primal chaos void had existed since ancient times. Any powerful race that attempted to destroy the 33 heavens would become the enemy of the entire primal chaos void. Even the members of the blood race did not dare to openly destroy Mo Shotien. Therefore, they shifted the battle to the boundless dark void outside of Mo Shotien. I wonder if the Chou clan's ancestor can defeat the Five-Iron Wolf. Fang Chen asked. Although the Five-Iron Wolf are strong, they are not true mystic true realm experts. I estimate that this battle will end with both sides heavily injured. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As for the outcome, no one knew. 3 days later, a meteor fell into the boundless ocean. Fang Chen was still not at ease. He waited for half a month in the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail space before walking out. Half a month ago, the Chou clan was still a giant in Mo Shotien. But now, the main Chou clan had been completely destroyed. Mo Shotien had entered an era of war. All the major branches left the prelude to war. They all wanted to dominate Mo Shotien. Spirit Void Branch. Too terrifying. Thinking back to the battle half a month ago, Spirit Void Branch's leader felt his legs go numb. He was still afraid. Luckily, he had listened to Fang Chen and left the main Chou clan. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. 3 mystic light realm ancestors have fallen. The 5 experts that suddenly appeared are too strong. Spirit Void Branch's leader said. The entire Mo Shotien was engulfed in the flames of war. Blood flowed like rivers. No matter how much time passed, no one would forget the earth-shattering battle half a month ago. The Chou clan that controlled Mo Shotien was destroyed. Have you heard? Half a month ago, the main Chou clan was destroyed. Of course. That battle was too shocking. The main Chou clan's land was sunk. Mo Shotien was almost destroyed. We don't understand the thoughts of experts. Every corner of Mo Shotien was discussing. Even the other heavens nearby had noticed it. Spirit Void Branch. Spirit Void Branch's leader. Fang Chen's sudden appearance surprised Spirit Void Branch's leader. You! Spirit Void Branch's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen. Are the 5 experts that destroyed the main Chou clan related to you? Fang Chen nodded lightly. It is indeed related to me. Hearing this, Spirit Void Branch's heart shook. Now that the main Chou clan has been destroyed, all the major branches are in a precarious situation. They are all recruiting people to fight for the position of overlord, Fang Chen said slowly. I hope that the Spirit Void Branch can become the new overlord of Mo Shotien. This might be a little difficult. The Chou clan has many powerful branches. My Spirit Void Branch won't be their match. Spirit Void Branch's eyes flashed. I will help you from behind. 3 months after the main Chou clan was destroyed, a mysterious expert appeared and killed the profound god experts of the other Chou clan branches. In just half a month, he had killed all the profound god experts of the other branches. This matter caused quite a stir. However, the shock of the main Chou clan's destruction had not passed, so many people did not pay much attention. At this time, Spirit Void Branch made a big move and annexed one of the branches. After that, under the leadership of Spirit Void Branch's leader, Spirit Void Branch moved forward. After a year, with Fang Chen's help, Spirit Void Branch successfully reached the peak of Mo Shotien. Now that the main Chou clan was destroyed, Spirit Void Branch stood up. In an instant, the war in Mo Shotien stopped. Mo Shotien, which had experienced a large-scale war, was in ruins. Spirit Void Branch's leader restored Mo Shatian's prosperity while spreading his teachings. There were more and more Azura Sword Dao martial artists. Boss, I can't believe that we actually did it. Xiao Huang shook his head in shock. Yeah, I thought that the biggest obstacle to spreading the teachings was the main Qiu clan. Who would have thought that the overlord of Mo Shotien would be destroyed by the Five-Iron Wolf? The world is unpredictable. In fact, even Fang Chen did not know that after he obtained the innate realm's providence, his life path had quietly changed. Including the Five-Iron Wolf destroying the main Qiu clan and other matters, it was all related to providence. In just a few years after coming to Mo Shotien, he had moved the giant Qiu clan here. Now, Spirit Void Branch was the overlord, which was equivalent to Fang Chen dominating Mo Shotien. There was no obstacle to spreading the Azura Sword Dao. At the old site of the Qiu clan, in the depths of the boundless ocean, countless corpses were corroded beyond recognition. However, among these corroded corpses, there was a dot of light flickering. At first, this light was not dazzling enough, but as time passed, it gradually became dazzling. Today, the light was especially dazzling. Splash! The waves in the ocean were huge, and within the dazzling light, a hoarse voice could be heard. Damned blood race, how dare you destroy my Qiu clan? If there was anyone from the Qiu clan here, they would definitely realize that their ancestor was not dead. I cultivated bitterly for trillions of years and finally became a Xuanzhen supremacy. But in this battle, my physical body was destroyed, and only a broken Yuan spirit was left. The hoarse voice was filled with resentment. Qiu Xian. The light floated in front of Qiu Xian's corpse and called out. Qiu Xian immediately opened his eyes. I'm going into hibernation. The important task of restoring the Qiu clan will be left to you. Chapter 2447. To Fang Chen, the destruction of the Qiu family had already achieved his goal. The biggest obstacle in coming to Moshaitian to spread the Azura Sword Dao was the Qiu family. Until now, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. He had underestimated the Qiu family and almost made a mistake. If not for the appearance of the Five-Iron Wolf of the werewolf tribe, it would have taken a long time to completely defeat the Qiu family. He thought that the Qiu family only had 3 mystic light realm ancestors. Who would have thought that there was an ancestor who had been sleeping for countless years? The Qiu family ancestors' cultivation had reached the terrifying mystic true realm. The mystic true realm was the 5th realm of the mystic god realm. Martial artists who could reach this realm would not be in any danger even if they roamed the chaotic void. As long as they did not offend the mystic god supremacy, they would have the power to protect themselves. However, such an expert was still destroyed by the Five-Iron Wolf of the werewolf tribe. Fang Chen felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. If the 5th wolf god of the werewolf tribe personally attacked, he would be in great danger. However, after hearing the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's words, Fang Chen was relieved. The wolf god's blood aura on his body had been completely concealed by the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail. Separated by countless years, the 5th wolf god would not be able to sense it unless he was close enough. However, now that the Dao had been spread, all that was left was for time to ferment. He had already achieved success and could leave Moshaitian. In the 5th year after the Qiu family's destruction, the Spirit Void Branch finally completed the unification. During this process, the Spirit Void Branch's cultivation had also reached the mystic light realm. Moshaitian was originally a low-level heavenly domain in the 33 heavens of the chaotic void. With a mystic light realm martial artist in charge, no one could shake his position. The Spirit Void Branch inherited the Qiu family and became the absolute overlord of Moshaitian. The Spirit Void Branch's glory was boundless. However, no one knew that the mastermind behind all this was actually a mystic heaven realm martial artist. Lord Fang. The Spirit Void Branch was now very respectful to Fang Chen. If it wasn't for the latter, he wouldn't have been able to climb to his current position. The Spirit Void Branch has already integrated all the branches of the Qiu clan. Right now, our Qiu clan is once again in control of Mo Shotien. This is all thanks to Lord Fang. The Spirit Void clan leader said. Although the latter was a mystic light realm expert, he respected Fang Chen greatly. After hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. Next, everyone in Mo Shotien will have to cultivate the Azura Sword Dao. Fang Chen spoke. I will give you 100 years. I want Mo Shotien to become the world of the Azura Sword Dao. Don't worry, I will do it, clan leader Lingshu said confidently. As a sword cultivator, clan leader Lingshu naturally knew that the Shura Sword Way was much stronger than the demon-killing Sword Way. We sword cultivators pursue the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. With such a powerful Sword Dao, why would he abandon it? Besides, he had made a martial arts oath, so he could only listen to Fang Chen. Unknowingly, the Azura Sword Dao had already gradually spread throughout Mosha Heaven. Of course, there would definitely be many people who would oppose it. Many supporters of the demonic killing Sword Way gathered together. They were not willing to accept this result and were not convinced. From time to time, they would challenge the Azura Sword Dao. Clan leader Lingshu had once asked Fang Chen if he wanted to kill them all. Fang Chen shook his head. Only under the spur of the enemy could one grow faster. The constant challenges of the demon-killing Sword Dao would also allow the Azura Sword Dao to grow faster. The general trend was already set. One day, the Azura Sword Dao would fill every corner of Mosha Heaven. Mosha Heaven, Chiu family's headquarters. Fang Chen stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at the ground. Once upon a time, the air was filled with dense demon-killing sword chi. But now, the demon-killing sword chi had disappeared and was replaced by Azura sword chi. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and felt the comfort of the Azura sword chi in the air. Fang Chen looked up at the sky. He thought of his wife, daughter, and brother. Are you all okay? There was a hint of sadness in his voice. He clenched his fists and felt indignant. One day, he would personally visit the Tianqing family. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void tore apart and a black hole appeared. Buzz! In the black hole, a violent force whizzed out. Fang Chen frowned and stared at the black hole. A big black dog popped its head out, but when it saw Fang Chen, it stuck out its tongue happily. Behind it, Venerable Heikai also came. Greetings, Venerable Heikai. When Fang Chen saw this, he was stunned for a moment before he cupped his fists. Venerable Heikai and the big black dog slowly walked over and landed on the mountain peak. They nodded at Fang Chen with satisfaction. Not bad, you did well. Venerable Heikai stroked his beard and said, My good brother, Venerable Demonic Sword, would be gratified if he saw this scene. In fact, when he heard about the changes in Mosha Heaven, even Venerable Heikai did not expect it. Fang Chen was able to change the situation in Mosha Heaven by himself. More importantly, the Azura Sword Dao had replaced the demonic killing Sword Dao and became the main theme of Mosha Heaven. Even now, he still found it unbelievable. It's just luck. Fang Chen smiled. Venerable Heikai shook his head. The destruction of the Chiu family was related to the 5 great iron wolf of the werewolf race. However, Fang Chen's contribution was not negligible. Do you know that I'm very happy now? Venerable Heikai was especially happy today. The reason why I taught you the Azura Sword Dao back then was because I saw that you were fated. Furthermore, I took away your 9-star stone as compensation. I never thought that this day would come. Venerable Heikai was very emotional. If it wasn't for his kindness back then, he wouldn't be able to see this scene today. Venerable Demonic Sword was his good brother and he had wanted to help him spread the Dao many times. However, as the Grand Elder of the Xiu family, he had no choice. Sometimes, no matter what he did, he represented the Xiu family and couldn't be allowed to act recklessly. Venerable Demonic Sword's last wish was finally fulfilled. While chatting with Fang Chen, Venerable Heikai found out that Fang Chen had taken away the wolf god Slough. No wonder the werewolf race would come here for no reason. Venerable Heikai had also heard some rumors, but he didn't know the specifics. Now, he finally understood that it was the wolf god Slough. The failure of the 5 great iron wolf will definitely infuriate the wolf god. You have to be careful. Venerable Heikai reminded, the werewolf race is a powerful branch of the dark blood tribe. The wolf gods are extremely powerful and even my Xiu family doesn't want to provoke them. Once you're targeted by the wolf god, even I won't be able to save you. Now that the Dao has been successfully spread, you should leave Mosha Heaven for the time being. There are many eyes in the chaos void watching this place. If the wolf god comes, You'll definitely die. I have the same idea, Fang Chen said. Venerable He Kai nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the big black dog beside him said, Master, now that this guy's strength has reached the limit of the profound heaven realm, he can even fight against the profound star realm. It seems like it's time to go to that place. Venerable He Kai said, yeah, why didn't I think of it? There seems to have been some strange movements in that place recently. Many profound God realm experts in the chaos void have gone there. Fang Chen was a little confused. What kind of place was that? Fang Chen, there's a place that's extremely dangerous. You can lose your life at any time, but there are many benefits as well. There are inheritances everywhere. If you're lucky, you might be able to obtain the inheritance of an ancient God realm expert. Are you willing to go there? Venerable He Kai said, that place is isolated from the rest of the world and hidden in the dark void. There are powerful restrictions that even the wolf god of the werewolf race can't enter. If you go there, you can train yourself and also avoid the pursuit of the wolf god. Kid, ordinary people don't dare to enter that place. However, those who enter are basically the geniuses of the various forces in the chaos void. It's better to compete with the geniuses than to compete with the heavens and the earth. Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, Senior, what kind of place is that? Venerable He Kai's face turned solemn when he mentioned that place. That place was famous in the chaos void and everyone's expression changed when they talked about it. There was the heavenly Venerate Sea in the south and the immortal Cave Mountain in the north. Immortal Cave Mountain. Chapter 2448. Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. There was the heavenly Venerate Sea in the south and Dark Cave Mountain in the north. These were two forbidden lands that were famous in the chaos void. Even some abstruse God realm experts did not dare to enter them easily. It was rumored that there was an ancient God realm expert in Dark Cave Mountain. Those who entered would not be able to come out. Dark Cave Mountain was located in the heart of the dark void. Countless experts were greedy and wanted to enter, but they all died in the end. Many cultivators in the chaos void were shocked at the mention of this forbidden land. It's actually Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen did not expect that Venerable He Kai would be talking about Dark Cave Mountain. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The big black dog asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He was not afraid, but just a little shocked. This was the legendary Dark Cave Mountain, an existence that was as famous as the heavenly Venerate Sea. There was no need to mention the heavenly Venerate Sea. Even an abstruse God realm Venerate had died in it. From this point alone, it could be seen how dangerous the heavenly Venerate Sea was. Even Venerable He Kai did not dare to enter the heavenly Venerate Sea. Dark Cave Mountain was slightly better than the heavenly Venerate Sea. In the chaos void, many geniuses of the large clans had the ambition to enter Dark Cave Mountain and find the inheritance of an ancient God realm expert. However, thoughts were thoughts, and actions were actions. For countless years, many forces did not dare to act arbitrarily. But recently, there was a rainbow-like sword chi in Dark Cave Mountain. Some experts said that there was a phenomenon in the sky, and there must be a supreme treasure appearing. As a result, the large clans that were itching to make a move could no longer hold back and sent their prodigies to Dark Cave Mountain. In recent years, there had been countless experts outside Dark Cave Mountain, and the number of warriors who had entered was also innumerable. Venerable He Kai had heard of this rumor long ago, but he did not remember it. He only remembered it when he heard the big black dog's reminder. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen and said, "We cultivators have lived our lives, fighting against heaven and earth and against geniuses. Now, there is a path in front of you to fight against Dark Cave Mountain." Venerable He Kai's voice was full of solemnity. Dark Cave Mountain was not a child's play. If not for the fifth wolf god's pursuit, he would not have suggested Fang Chen to enter Mount Dongming with his current cultivation. At the very least, one had to be at the profound star realm to survive the Dark Cave Mountain. I've already told you about the situation at Dark Cave Mountain. It's up to you whether you want to go or not, Venerable Black Red said. He had a feeling that the trip to Dark Cave Mountain was the ultimate test for Fang Chen. Once he was able to walk out unscathed, He would definitely become a heaven's pride and his name would shake the entire chaos void. In the future, he might even be able to reach the ancient god realm. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered. Immortal Cave Mountain was very dangerous. Even he might not be able to come out alive. There were still many things that he had yet to do, so he was a little hesitant. Master, I think you should go to the Dark Cave Mountain for an adventure. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit said. Oh, why is that? Fang Chen asked. Old Master came out from Dark Cave Mountain. The artifact spirit said, he was stuck at the profound god realm for countless years. After coming out of Dark Cave Mountain, he broke through the bottleneck and became an ancient god. Moreover, I was once a weapon in Dark Cave Mountain and was accidentally obtained by Master. The artifact spirit revealed the secret of Great Emperor Shu Xian. Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. Great Emperor Shu Xian actually walked out of Dark Cave Mountain alive and broke through the bottleneck to reach the legendary ancient god realm. Even someone as strong as the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail was a weapon in Dark Cave Mountain. What did Great Emperor Shu Xian get from Dark Cave Mountain? Fang Chen asked. The artifact spirit muttered, some things can only be understood but not explained in words. Master, with your current strength, if you don't have the support of a big clan, you will need to spend a lot of time to cultivate to the profound god realm. Can your wife wait? The artifact spirit continued. Fang Chen was shocked. That's right, I've never thought of this. Although his wife and the others would not be in any danger in the Sky Pillar clan. However, what if an accident happened? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was a little panicked. He clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Strength was the most fundamental principle. What he lacked the most was strength. Although he could use many methods to fight against mysterious Star Realm martial artists, his realm was still too low. Looking at the chaotic void, there were countless geniuses who were more monstrous than him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's mind suddenly became clear. The previous hesitation disappeared and a mighty aura emerged from his body. Seeing this scene, Venerable Heikai's face revealed a trace of a smile. Have you decided? Fang Chen nodded heavily. Senior, where is Dark Cave Mountain? Dark Cave Mountain is in the north of the chaotic void. It is very far from Mo Shotien. You might not be able to go there in 100 years. Venerable Heikai said, I am also going to Dark Cave Mountain. I will take you there. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen smiled. Venerable Heikai stared at Fang Chen. He did not know why, but there was a strong intuition in his mind. This kid seemed to be able to walk out of Dark Cave Mountain alive. Remember, Dark Cave Mountain is very dangerous. No matter what you see or think of, don't be reckless. Venerable Heikai patted Fang Chen's shoulder gently and reminded him. Kid, if you can walk out of Dark Cave Mountain alive, Master Dog will personally come and welcome you. The big black dog said, when the time comes, the door of the Shou family will be open for you. A genius who could walk out of Dark Cave Mountain was worthy of being roped in by any big family. After deciding to go to Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen began to arrange some things at hand. Mo Shotien had completely stabilized and he was ready to make a trip back to Void Star Sky. Are the few of you going to stay in Mo Shotien or return to Void Star Sky? Fang Chen asked. Boss, Mo Shotien has just experienced a great battle. There are many things waiting to be done. Let's stay here. Xiao Huang smiled. The four of them liked to be lively. Actually, there was another reason why they weren't willing to return to Void Star Sky. Their good brother, Little Mouse, had fallen in Void Star Sky forever. That was a sad place and they weren't willing to go back. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression became a little lonely. In the end, he sighed and returned to Void Star Sky on the Sky Crossing Array. After returning to Void Star Sky, Fang Chen personally met Patriarch Xing He and asked him to help take care of the Wuji Sword sect. Mo Shotien, in the endless ocean. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the calm ocean. The Chiu family will never be destroyed. An old man with long hair stood on the waves and said in a deep voice. He was the only one of the three mystic light realm patriarchs of the Chiu family, Chiu Xian. After 5 years, his injuries had finally healed a little. However, When he was injured by the 5-iron wolf, the injuries had penetrated deep into his bones. It would take at least a few hundred years for him to fully recover. Now, his cultivation had fallen to the mystic star realm. Soon, Qiu Xian noticed the change in Mo Shotien. A mere spirit void branch dares to betray the Qiu family? You're courting death. Qiu Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. He suddenly stomped his foot, and the raging waves surged up violently. Then, he stepped on the waves and left. The Qiu family's main camp was being rebuilt. Dong! A deafening sound rang out as Qiu Xian scolded, "Tell Patriarch Spirit Void to come out." Below, there was an uproar. Who didn't know that Patriarch Spirit Void was the most powerful person in Mo Shotien? Was this person crazy? How dare he make such a big fuss? Where did this beggar come from? Scram! This is the Qiu family's main camp. If you don't leave, you'll definitely die. That's right. Leave quickly. What's with the nonsense? Just kill him. Some cultivators yelled and were even prepared to attack Qiu Xian. Hee. In just 5 years, the world has forgotten about the Qiu family. Killing intent appeared in Qiu Xian's eyes as he said, "If that's the case, then I, Qiu Xian, will start a massacre here today." As soon as Qiu Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Boom! A violent sword aura was emitted from his body. Below, a cry of pain sounded and alerted Patriarch Spirit Void. "How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in my Qiu family?" A black figure flew over from the distance. Patriarch Spirit Void had arrived. "It's me." "You are." Clan leader Lingshu stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. Chapter 2449. Forefather Qiu Xian? The Spirit Void Patriarch shook his head and said with a hoarse voice. "Tempage, you still know that I, Qiu Xian, am the forefather of the Qiu family?" Qiu Xian was obviously very unhappy with the Spirit Void Patriarch. Using the Spirit Void branch to replace the main Qiu family was the same as betraying the Qiu family. This was unforgivable. Although the Qiu family had fallen and was almost destroyed. As long as he was here, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. "Forefather Qiu Xian, listen to me." Clan leader Lingshu's expression changed for a moment before returning to normal. In that battle back then, the main Qiu clan was almost annihilated. I didn't want to see the Qiu clan become history, so all these years, I led the remnants of the Lingshu clan and worked hard. In the end, the Qiu clan once again stood at the peak of Mosha heaven. Before he could finish speaking, Qiu Xian interrupted him. "Is that so?" Murderous intent filled Qiu Xian's heart. "You betrayed the Qiu family and spread the Shura sword Dao. This is a crime punishable by death. Today, I, Qiu Xian, will clean up the Qiu family." Qiu Xian didn't say anything and just took a step forward. When he finished his last sentence, he was already in front of clan leader Lingshu. Boom! Vast sword qi was released from Qiu Xian's body. Qiu Xian had already grasped the essence of the Mosha sword Dao. The Mosha sword Dao he used was countless times stronger than others. "Kill!" Qiu Xian roared and used his finger as a sword. He raised his finger and slashed out. Suddenly, a violent sword qi condensed in the air and pierced toward Qiu Xian with a vast power. "Forefather Qiu Xian, I'm sorry." The Spirit Void Patriarch knew that Qiu Xian wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way and kill him. The Spirit Void Patriarch wanted to become an existence that everyone respected. If he left Qiu Xian alive, the world would know how evil he was. He didn't want to go down in history as an infamy. Wang Tilda, the defense of a mystic light realm cultivator, was instantly released. Ding! The terrifying sword qi stabbed into the Spirit Void Patriarch's body, but it didn't pierce through. Qiu Xian's eyes jumped. Mystic light realm? Old ancestor Qiu Xian, I don't want to be your enemy. Spirit Void clan leader said. It's not that you're my enemy now, but that you've betrayed the Qiu clan's main clan. Don't think that you can fight me just because you've reached the mystic light realm. Qiu Xian said coldly, although I was heavily injured by the 5-iron wolf back then and my cultivation level dropped, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Qiu Xian let out a low growl and once again displayed the powerful demon killing sword technique. Beam after beam of sword light, sharp and domineering, instantly enveloped clan leader Lingshu. After seeing Qiu Xian's current realm, the latter was finally relieved. Which, with a cold snort, killing intent surged in his heart. With a shake of the sword in his hand, he took a step forward and engaged Qiu Xian in a chaotic battle. Rumble. Shocked voices continued to ring out. From the beginning of the fierce battle, clan leader Lingshu had the upper hand. Dong. With a loud bang, Qiu Xian's body was forced back and he staggered. After he stabilized himself, a cold look appeared on his face. The old ancestor of the Qiu clan, who had once shocked Moshaishan, had fallen to such a state. Clan leader Lingshu didn't even have the right to speak in front of him. But now, he was here to stop him. Old ancestor Qiu Xian, you're not my match. Clan leader Lingshu said, if we continue fighting, you'll definitely die. After all, you're the old ancestor of the Qiu clan. As a disciple of the Qiu clan, I'm not willing to attack you. If old ancestor Qiu Xian is willing to return to the Qiu clan, I'll welcome you with open arms. You want me to return to the Qiu clan? Qiu Xian laughed coldly. The current Qiu clan was no longer the Qiu clan of the past. The Shura sword technique had spread throughout the entire Moshaishan, and the sword cultivators of the demon killing sword technique couldn't survive any longer. Even in the Qiu clan, many disciples who weren't willing to give up on the demon killing sword technique had already been dealt with by clan leader Lingshu. If one wanted to go down in history, one had to be strong. The demon killing sword technique and the Shura sword technique are irreconcilable, but you betrayed the Qiu clan and focused on the Shura sword technique. You're the sinner of the Qiu clan and Moshaishan, Qiu Xian said. Old ancestor Qiu Xian, your words are a little too much. Clan leader Lingshu said indifferently, back then, Moshaishan didn't only have the demon killing sword technique. The Shura sword technique originally existed. Why didn't you think of this day when you were cruel and heartless, massacring the Shura sword technique martial artists? Cut the crap. If I don't kill you today, I'll be the old ancestor of the Qiu clan in vain. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. You're still too inexperienced. How much do you know about the Qiu clan? With that, Qiu Xian's body suddenly turned into a giant sword. This giant sword contained a power that could tear the sky apart. Even clan leader Lingshu was a little surprised when he saw this scene. What's this? Clan leader Lingshu felt a dangerous aura. The power of this giant sword had already exceeded his understanding. The Qiu clan has 3 great powers. Qiu Xian's voice came from the giant sword. For a long time, the outside world had been talking about the Qiu clan's 2 great powers. Even clan leader Lingshu only knew these 2 great powers. As for the first great power, he had never heard of it or seen it before. The Qiu clan's first great power, tearing heaven and splitting earth. Boom! Berserk power emanated from the giant sword, and the entire sky shattered in an instant. Clan leader Lingshu's body retreated rapidly as the giant sword whistled. You can't escape. The Qiu clan's first great power could only be unleashed when combined with the Qiu clan's bloodline. In the vast Qiu clan, there were only a few people who could use this great power. Qiu Xian was one of them. Bloodline suppression. Qiu Xian roared. The bloodline suppression directly suppressed clan leader Lingshu. Even though clan leader Lingshu tried his best to dodge, the giant sword still went forward. It broke through his defense and pierced his chest. Dong. Clan leader Lingshu's body fell heavily into the buildings below, and he fainted. Cough, cough. The giant sword turned into human form. Qiu Xian coughed a few times, his face pale. Finally, it's time to clean house. The first great power was too strong and consumed too much energy. His injuries hadn't healed yet, so it took a lot of effort to use it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Qiu Xian was about to destroy the Lingshu branch, Xiao Huang and the other 3 arrived. Old man, boss worked hard to build this. You want to destroy it? Dream on. The 4 worked together and formed an array to attack Qiu Xian. 4 pieces of trash. Qiu Xian sneered. He flicked his finger and rays of light turned into cold sword light that pierced towards Xiao Huang and the other 3. Poochie. In the end, The four's cultivation was too low and couldn't block Qiu Xian's attack. Bang! The four were forced back. Qiu Xian looked on coldly. After today, the Lingshu branch will be completely destroyed. Qiu Xian said. Although the Qiu clan was destroyed, it was too difficult to rebuild it. But as long as he was alive, Moshation would be the Qiu clan's world. Moreover, the ancestor hadn't died yet. He was only in a deep sleep. When the ancestor woke up, the Qiu clan would rule the world again. Kill. Qiu Xian took a step forward and slapped out with his palms. Inform boss. The old faker shouted. Far away. Fang Chen had just returned to Moshation and saw this scene. Old ancestor of the Qiu clan? Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Don't hurt my brothers. In the clouds, the big black dog and Supremacy Hei Kai were sitting on a cloud. Master, aren't you going to do anything? The big black dog asked. Supremacy Hei Kai shook his head. Fang Chen is already back. I don't need to do anything. In fact, he had been paying attention to Moshation's movements. So when Fang Chen returned, he was the first to know. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Bang! Seeing that Qiu Xian's attack was about to land on the four brothers, Fang Chen appeared and blocked it. Dong! The sword light exploded and engulfed Fang Chen. Hiss hiss hiss. The strong corrosive power didn't damage Fang Chen's body at all. Instead, it was absorbed by the latter. Old fart, the 5-iron wolf teamed up last time and didn't kill you. Damn you. You're the mastermind behind the destruction of the Qiu clan, right? Qiu Xian licked his dry lips and said coldly. In fact, offending the werewolf race was an accident. Fang Chen didn't expect it either. The destruction of the Qiu clan was because of the wolf god Slough. Chapter 2450. After knowing that Fang Chen was the mastermind, Qiu Xian was even more furious. He glared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. You almost destroyed my Qiu family. I'm going to kill you. Qiu Xian went crazy as he unleashed all of his power. He arrived in front of Fang Chen and started a fierce battle. At first, Fang Chen was a little cautious. But when he saw that Qiu Xian's cultivation had dropped, he laughed. Old man, you dare to be arrogant with your cultivation level dropping to the mystic star realm? Fang Chen sneered and used the 10th move of the Shura sword art. Whoosh! A sharp sword light pierced through the air and pierced toward Qiu Xian. The latter quickly retreated and tried his best to block. Crack! Qiu Xian's sleeve was pierced by the sword light. His face was grave. Damn it! Roar! Qiu Xian raised his head and roared. Once again, he unleashed his first innate ability. What is this? Fang Chen frowned and pushed the hidden star sword to the extreme. The black vibration golden armor covered his skin. While using the innate soul reversal art, he also used the 10th move of the Shura sword art. Boom! With Fang Chen's current strength, the innate soul reversal art alone could threaten a mystic star realm cultivator, let alone the Shura sword art. Poochie! The giant sword broke into two and half of Qiu Xian's body exploded. Die! Fang Chen attacked again. He did not give Qiu Xian any chance and killed him with one sword strike. I can't accept this. Qiu Xian roared. Whoosh! The heavy aura in the air gradually dissipated. Qiu Xian's body dyed the sea red. The turbulent sea water gradually calmed down. Are you okay? Fang Chen looked at Xiao Hai and the others. Boss, luckily you came in time, Xiao Huang said. Fang Chen walked to the Spirit Void Patriarch and checked on him. He found that the latter was fine. In the clouds, Supremacy Hei Kai saw everything and nodded in satisfaction. Although he's only at the profound heaven realm, his combat power is comparable to the profound star realm, Sovereign Hei Kai said with a faint smile. I'm really curious. What kind of miracle will such a genius create in the extremely dangerous Dark Cave Mountain? After Qiu Xian perished, Mo Shotien became even calmer. The people of the Qiu family's main clan had all fallen. The Spirit Void Patriarch had already woken up, and Mo Shotien was on the right track. Boss, I heard that Dark Cave Mountain is very dangerous. I hope you'll be careful, Xiao Huang said. Boss, we can't bear to part with you. Why don't you take us with you? Little C said. Pangolin muttered, Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely work hard in our cultivation and strive to enter Dark Cave Mountain to look for you one day. Although Immortal Cave Mountain is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for boss. Boss, you have to work harder. Sister-in-law is still in the Sky Pillar sect. When you come out, we will go to Tianqing Zong's house and *CK him. How dare he provoke my sister-in-law? He must be tired of living. The old faker said crazily. Fang Chen bid his farewells to the four brothers one by one. Finally, he followed Reverend He Kai and left Mo Shotian. Outside Mosha Sky, in the dark void, Venerable Black Red was riding on the big black dog with Fang Chen on its back. Hoo hoo hoo. Only the biting cold wind around them could prove that they were not still. It was easy to hallucinate in the silent and dark void. In fact, their speed was already fast enough. Even if Fang Chen used the spacetime collapse technique with all his might, it would still be impossible for him to catch up with the big black dog. Kid, you're thinking too much. The big black dog seemed to know what Fang Chen was thinking. It said directly, With your speed, you dare to compete with me? Reverend He Kai chuckled when he heard that. Xiao He is a black wind hound. He's famous for his speed. Once he gets serious, even a profound God Realm Reverend can't catch up with him. Although that movement technique of yours is a little obscure, it can be considered invincible in the same realm. However, compared to Xiao Hei's fastest speed, it's at least 100 times slower. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard that. After the spacetime collapse technique was created to the 15th level, there was a qualitative increase in speed. However, compared to the big black dog's fastest speed, it was still 100 times slower. He dared not imagine how fast the big black dog's fastest speed would be. Is this still not your fastest speed? Fang Chen asked. Of course not. This speed is at most 70% of my fastest speed, the big black dog said with its head held high. Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, Venerable Black Red explained, We can't move too fast in the dark void. Otherwise, it's very likely to cause the space to collapse. In the 33 heavens, the collapse of space was a small matter. However, in the dark void, the collapse of space was not a small matter. Once the space collapsed, even Venerable Black Red's life would be in danger. According to our current speed, it will take about 10 years to reach Immortal Cave Mountain, Venerable Black Red said. Darkness shrouded the earth. A towering cliff. The Suicide Cliff was slightly famous in the Chaos Void. It was located between Dawn Moon Sky and Mosha Sky. Ching, your cultivation has already reached the Profound Heaven Realm. It won't be a problem for you to kill Profound Chi Realm cultivators easily. Staying at the Suicide Cliff is not a solution. A voice sounded. Bai Ching, who was on the bluestone, opened her beautiful eyes and said, Master, have you allowed me to return to Void Star Sky? Void Star Sky is a barbaric place. What's there to go? You are now in the golden age of cultivation. You can't waste time. I'm going to send you to a dangerous place to cultivate. After a pause, the voice sounded again. There has been a change in that dangerous place recently. A supreme treasure has appeared. If you can obtain an opportunity there and walk out alive, you will definitely become a female hero whose name will shake the chaos void in the future. Master, I don't want to be a female hero. Before Bai Ching could finish her words, she was interrupted by the old man. I know you want to return to Void Star Sky, but with your current strength, you won't be of much help. How about this? When you walk out of this dangerous place, I'll personally bring you back. What do you think? The old man said. Really? Master, don't lie to me. Bai Ching revealed her white teeth and said happily. By the way, Master, where do you want me to cultivate? Immortal Cave Mountain. The same thing was happening in every corner of the Chaos Void. Immortal Cave Mountain's sword chi was like a rainbow. This represented the arrival of a golden age. Geniuses would come out in large numbers. This era would definitely produce experts like Great Emperor Shu Xian. If one wanted to become an ancient god, they had to take risks. Those large clans that had been preparing for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years couldn't help but take action. The lonely journey was irritating and tasteless. 3 years later, 2 people and a dog stopped for a while when they passed Star Sky. Frisia District. Standing in the sky above Frisia District, Fang Chen sighed endlessly. The current Shadow Moon Immortal sect has become the overlord of Frisia District. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi is still overseeing it. Fang Chen sighed. He remembered that when he first came to Frisia District, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was almost disbanded. The Shadow Moon ancestor had followed Great Emperor Shu Xian for many years and could be considered to have made some contributions. As for the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, that was all Fang Chen could help. After a short stay in Frisia District, Fang Chen came to the Khanate District. This was the core area of the Khanate realm. The previous overlords were still developing their own forces. Since the Khanate Enlightenment and the blessing of Providence, Patriarch Black Lightning no longer had the ruthlessness in his heart. He went into seclusion as soon as he returned. The seemingly peaceful Khanate realm was actually surging with undercurrents. Fang Chen looked in a certain direction. Juelai City was overcrowded. The rule of the permanent residence token was still in vogue. Many people didn't hesitate to travel mountains and rivers to obtain a permanent residence token. They wanted to give it to the pavilion master of Juelai City. After so many years of development, the latter had successfully gained a foothold in the Khanate realm. The other overlords didn't dare to underestimate him. Haha. Facing the current Khanate realm, Fang Chen grinned. Various scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Let's go. Supremacy Black Red said. The next time you come back, you will definitely rule the Khanate realm. Let's go. Rip. Tearing the space apart, the 2 people and a dog disappeared. Juelai City, Juelai Pavilion. The pavilion master of Juelai City looked at the blue sky with his dark eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder how Fang Chen is now. He vaguely remembered that thin man who had won first place in the Khanate realm battle by himself. Chapter 2451. After leaving the innate world, he was determined to go to Immortal Cave Mountain. The big black dog's speed was getting faster and faster. Even with the big black dog's speed, it would take 10 years to reach Immortal Cave Mountain. Therefore, Fang Chen did not waste any time during this period. Instead, he was comprehending the path of armament manipulation. Previously, he had already grasped the first level of the path of armament manipulation and could temporarily control some of the surrounding weapons. Of course, the so-called control was only a slight influence. Even so, it was still very helpful to Fang Chen. After all, a battle between experts was a matter of a hair's breadth. The path of armament manipulation was the ultimate technique of Honorable Bing Wu. It was very shocking when cultivated to the extreme. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. When he was about to reach Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. The path of armament manipulation had reached the 2nd level. Phew. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and his eyes were full of smiles. How is it? Honorable Heikai asked. The path of armament manipulation is the ultimate technique of Honorable Bing Wu. It's your fortune to be able to obtain it. Senior, you also know about the path of armament manipulation? After asking this question, Fang Chen felt that it was unnecessary. Honorable Heikai was an expert. He was the Grand Elder of the Xiu family in Azure Luo Heaven and was famous in the Chaos Void. How could he not have heard of an expert like Honorable Bing Wu? Cultivate well. The path of armament manipulation is very strong. Honorable Heikai did not answer Fang Chen's question and said in a deep voice. Just as Fang Chen was about to continue asking, Honorable Heikai changed the topic. We are already in the vicinity of the Wavy Wave Lake. Be careful. The spatial storm here is abnormally strong. As soon as Honorable Heikai finished speaking, a whistling wind blew past Fang Chen. He felt his primordial spirit tremble and his head hurt. Below him, there was an endless lake. This was the legendary Wavy Wave Lake. Immortal Cave Mountain was at the core of the Wavy Wave Lake. Whoosh, whoosh. After arriving at the Wavy Wave Lake, Fang Chen could clearly sense that there were many auras. Taking a closer look, he saw many warriors entering the Wavy Wave Lake and heading in the direction of Immortal Cave Mountain. Haha, I'm finally here. Dark Cave Mountain, I'm coming. Many rogue cultivators rushed into the wavy waves lake one after another. Boom! At this moment, a huge wave suddenly appeared somewhere in the rippling waves lake. It instantly swept away a few rogue cultivators. Then, a spatial storm appeared and crushed the rogue cultivators who were trapped by the waves. Terrifying. Separated by a great distance, Fang Chen's heart palpitated. These martial artists simply don't know how terrifying Dark Cave Mountain is. They just casually came here. They're just looking to die. The large black dog spoke in the human tongue, its voice filled with disdain. The Bolan Lake is famous for its danger. Mysterious reality realm warriors can't withstand the spatial storms here. Only mysterious god realm warriors can withstand them. As he spoke, Venerable Black Red flicked his finger. The spatial storm that was about to engulf them was instantly stopped. If you want to go to Immortal Cave Mountain, this surging waves lake will be a huge test. That's why those rogue cultivators purposely formed groups. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pass through the rippling waves lake, Venerable Black Red said. Fang Chen had also seen a few rogue cultivators rush into the rippling waves lake because they were strong and instantly die. Those were mysterious light realm cultivators. There was even a mysterious reality realm rogue cultivator among them, but they died just like that. Experts like them can become absolute rulers in the Moshation and Void Star Heavens, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Do you think all experts like power? Venerable Black Red said. In the primal chaos void, many experts pursue the peak of the martial Tao. Very few people will go out of their way to conquer a heaven. That's the worst thing to do. Otherwise, those mysterious light realm and mysterious reality realm cultivators would be able to conquer a heaven easily. There wouldn't be a mysterious light realm ancestor that could become the leader of the Void Star Heavens. Fang Chen nodded lightly. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Perhaps, after reaching their level, only the illusory peak of the martial way could attract them. Let's go over, Venerable Black Red said. Venerable Black Red said. The big black dog sped up and turned into a black shadow, disappearing into the wavy lake. As soon as they left, two figures arrived. So fast. One of them was a burly man with a long sword in his hand. His dark eyes were looking into the distance. It seems to be a demonic beast. The cultivator holding a blade licked his dry lips. Let's go and take a look. The two figures flashed and quickly chased after it. If anyone else was here, they would be shocked. The two used their invincible physical bodies to pass through the spatial storm and catch up. Mysterious God Realm? Their expressions changed when they sensed Venerable Black Red's aura. That person's aura is weak. He seems to have just entered the mysterious God Realm. He probably only dared to enter the rippling waves lake with the help of the big black dog, the man holding a sword said. If we can get that dog, our chances of winning in the Dark Cave Mountain will be much higher, the man holding a blade said. For the Dark Cave Mountain, everything was worth it. After thinking for a while, the two arrived and stopped the big black dog. Old man, leave your mount. We want your mount. If you leave it behind, you can leave alive. The two of them said coldly with ferocious expressions. Venerable Black Red sat on the big black dog and looked at the two with a smile. The sword and saber duo? It's good that you know our names, the man holding a blade said. The sword and saber duo was famous in the Chaos Void. Although the two brothers were only at the mysterious True Realm, they could fight against mysterious God Realm sovereigns. Because of this, they weren't afraid of Venerable Black Red. Trash like you don't deserve this Lord Dog to follow you, the big black dog said disdainfully. Fang Chen, who was at the side, muttered to himself. Wasn't the big black dog's speed even faster than a profound God Realm sovereign? How did two mysterious True Realm sovereigns catch up? Kid, what do you know? Elder Dog knows what their goal is, so I intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, how could these two pieces of trash catch up to Elder Dog? The big black dog turned its head and glared at Fang Chen with its gong-sized eyes. The big black dog's words deeply provoked the sword and saber duo. You're courting death. The sword and saber duo emitted a terrifying aura and were ready to attack. You shouldn't have provoked me, Venerable Black Red said indifferently. Although I keep a low profile, It doesn't mean that I don't dare to kill. What? You're Venerable Black Red? Are you Venerable Black Red from the Shou family in Azure Luo Heaven? The sword and saber duo's expression changed and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. Venerable Black Red nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. However, this doesn't change my decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Black Red's body floated in the air. Seeing that Venerable Black Red was about to attack, the sword and saber duo hurriedly said, "It's Venerable Black Red. This is a misunderstanding. We'll leave immediately. We failed to recognize Venerable Black Red. I hope Venerable Black Red can let us go." The sword and saber duo had changed a lot when they were begging for mercy. It's too late. Venerable Black Red had already decided to kill and no one could change his mind. Boom. A raging energy burst out from Venerable Black Red. "Let's go." The sword and saber duo's bodies flashed and entered the wavy lake. Puff. Venerable Black Red flicked his finger and 2 rays of finger light shot out. Then, a miserable cry came from the wavy lake. 2 water pillars shot up into the sky and the sword and saber duo stood in them. "Venerable Black Red, you've gone too far." The 2 knew that they couldn't escape and could only fight. Boom. The sword and saber duo performed the sword and saber duo that they were proud of and surrounded Venerable Black Red. "Senior, will you be okay?" Fang Chen was a little worried. The sword and saber duo could fight against an abstruse God Realm martial artist. However, the big black dog sneered and said, "Don't worry. If Master can't even deal with these 2 pieces of trash, how can he be called Venerable Black Red?" Shocking waves surged up continuously. Venerable Black Red's finger pierced through the water pillar and landed on the sword and saber duo's body. "Ah!" The sword and saber duo screamed and fell into the wavy lake. "I'm going to kill you." The saber duo glared at Venerable Black Red. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was killed by Venerable Black Red's finger. In the blink of an eye, the famous sword and saber duo died in the hands of Venerable Black Red. Sword and saber duo, you've done all kinds of evil in your life. You deserve to die. Chapter 2452. Venerable Hei Kai had never killed the innocent in his life, but he would never let anyone who did evil go. The saber and sword duo cultivated demonic techniques and were cruel by nature. They often killed the innocent. This also led to their notoriety. Since they met them this time, they might as well kill them. Unfortunately, the saber and sword duo had been evil all their lives. They failed to recognize Venerable Hei Kai and tried to rob his mount. Wasn't that just asking for death? The surging waves of the rippling waves lake gradually calmed down. The reflection of Fang Chen and the others could be seen on the sparkling surface of the lake. The saber and sword duo's bodies were destroyed. Pa, pa, pa. Clapping sounds could be heard from the void. As expected of Reverend Hei Kai, such strength is admirable. The sky was torn apart and a group of people walked out. The white-bearded old man in the lead smiled at Venerable Hei Kai. "The saber and sword duo are unlucky to meet you, Venerable Hei Kai," the white-bearded old man said. "Venerable Bai Xian." Venerable Hei Kai greeted. Venerable Bai Xian nodded and looked at Fang Chen, who was behind Venerable Hei Kai. "To Venerables, mysterious realm cultivators were just ants. They could be killed easily. There was no need to say anything. Furthermore, the saber and sword duo didn't belong to any sect or force. Venerable Hei Kai, is this your disciple? Are you bringing him into Dark Cave Mountain?" Venerable Bai Xian smiled. "However, your disciple's cultivation is a little weak. Aren't you afraid that he will die in Dark Cave Mountain?" "He's not my disciple," Venerable Hei Kai said. This surprised Venerable Bai Xian even more. Venerable Hei Kai was famous for being arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously, especially the younger generation. Almost no one could get his compliments. However, he had sent a mysterious heaven realm cultivator to Dark Cave Mountain. "Oh, what's the relationship between this little brother and Venerable Hei Kai?" Venerable Bai Xian asked. "He's fated with me," Venerable Hei Kai said. Venerable Bai Xian didn't want to dwell on this topic. He smiled. "Venerable Hei Kai, since we've met, let's go together." Venerable Black Red nodded and walked side by side with Venerable White Xian. Behind Bai Xian were a few dozen people. Among them, a woman wearing a white chiffon caught Fang Chen's attention. Venerable Bai Xian, you're actually willing to let your little disciple enter Dark Cave Mountain? Venerable Black Red joked. Venerable Bai Xian's youngest disciple was this veiled woman. A disciple has a disciple's fate. Mount Immortal Cave is a test. They chatted as they moved forward. Soon, they arrived at the inner area of the Lake of Billows. As more and more figures appeared, Fang Chen could feel the pressure in the air. Experts who could freely enter Wave Lake were basically all Profound God Realm sovereigns. Most of the Profound God Realm sovereigns had brought their juniors here. This trip to Dark Cave Mountain is extremely dangerous. Reverend Bai Xian sighed. The top 10 clans in the Primal Chaos Void have all sent their disciples here. Hearing this, Venerable Black Red nodded slightly. Especially the Dark Blood race. I don't know what's wrong with them. They actually sent so many wolf guards into Dark Cave Mountain, Reverend Bai Xian said. Fang Chen's eyes flickered when he heard the name Iron Wolf. Venerable Black Red glanced at Fang Chen from the corner of his eyes and signaled him not to panic. Iron Wolf. It's not just the Iron Wolf. It's said that the Silver Wolf Guards have also been dispatched. There are even rumors that the Golden Wolf Guards have also come. Reverend Bai Xian said. In short, the Dark Blood race has come aggressively this time. I hope my disciples won't meet them in Dark Cave Mountain. In the Primal Chaos Void, the 33 Skies. Many powerful clans weren't in the 33 Skies. They had opened up a space in the Dark Void and occupied it as kings. In a certain ancient race, a purple mouse was jumping around a towering tree. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at a herb garden. Crack. The little mouse plucked a few fruits from the herb garden with ease and familiarity. Then, it chewed and ate them with its small mouth. About an hour later, the little mouse rubbed its round belly. It was finally full. It quickly jumped onto the towering tree and returned the way it came. Soon, a heart-wrenching roar came from behind. Little brat, you're here to steal my fruits again. Hearing this voice, the little mouse jumped down from the towering tree and arrived in front of a thatched hut. A melodious voice came from the thatched hut. You're stealing fruits from the herb garden again? The little mouse lowered its head and remained silent. You've almost driven little Five crazy ever since you came here. The door of the thatched hut creaked open and an old man appeared. This old man was the one who had taken the little mouse from the demon city. After more than 10 years, the little mouse's cultivation had reached the limit of the profound heaven realm and was only one step away from the profound chi realm. His talent and potential had been completely unearthed. Here, there was no need for him to worry about cultivation resources. The cultivation resources here were many times better than those in the outside world. Moreover, this was simply a holy land for cultivation. I want to go to Dark Cave Mountain. The little mouse transformed into its human form and looked at the old man. Nonsense. Do you know what kind of place Dark Cave Mountain is? The old man chided. A supreme treasure has appeared in Dark Cave Mountain. Many geniuses from the various forces in the chaotic void have gone there. Why can't I go? The little mouse argued. You're so weak. Aren't you courting death if you go to Dark Cave Mountain? The old man said angrily. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't you want to use this opportunity to sneak back to Illusory Star Heaven? The little mouse was a little embarrassed after being seen through by the old man. When you're strong enough, I'll naturally let you return to Illusory Star Heaven, the old man said slowly. Also, find that human who signed a contract with you as soon as possible. You're the future of our clan. How can you recognize a human as your king? The little mouse shook its head vigorously when it heard that. However, what it got in response was a slap. Go and cultivate, the old man said dotingly. The old man said dotingly. Although he was usually very strict with Little Mouse, he still liked this junior very much. After the little mouse left, the old man sighed and said, although our clan is strong, there are many hidden dangers. In my eyes, I only hope that you can grow as soon as possible. The little mouse didn't know that Fang Chen had already gone to Dark Cave Mountain. If it insisted on going, It might be able to meet up with its boss. However, everything was preordained by the heavens. It was just not the time yet. There was the heavenly Venerate Sea in the south and dark cave mountain in the north. This sentence had been circulating in the chaotic void. I wonder what the heavenly Venerate Sea is like. How is it compared to this lake of waves? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he sat on the back of the big black dog. Kid, you're too ignorant. When you go out in the future, don't tell others that you know me. I can't afford to lose face like this. The big black dog looked at Fang Chen with disdain. The heavenly Venerate Sea is more powerful than Dark Cave Mountain. How dare you compare it to the Lake of Waves? I really want to bite you to death. The big black dog ground its teeth and stared at Fang Chen with saliva dripping from its mouth. I haven't eaten human meat for a long time. Looking at your delicate appearance, I'm sure it'll be very satisfying to roast meat. The big black dog joked. Fang Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. Venerable Black Red was such a strict person. How could he have such a shameless mount? Looking at Venerable Black Red, who was walking side by side with Venerable White Xian, Fang Chen shouted in his heart. What? Are you looking down on me? Do you believe that I won't throw you here and let you fall into the lake of waves and drown you? The big black dog opened its eyes wide and threatened. The news of a profound heaven realm martial artist drowning will definitely be sensational. I can't stand you anymore. Fang Chen looked up at the sky helplessly. The veiled woman smiled faintly and said, It's rumored that Venerable Black Red's mount is shameless. It really lives up to its reputation. After saying that, she didn't forget to purse her lips and chuckle. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen with a veil covering her face. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, You don't have to mind. Just get used to it. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Along the way, he learned from chatting with the veiled woman that the latter was the disciple of Venerable Bai Xian. Her name was Asayama Sensha. She was amiable and did not put on airs. This was her first time out, so she was curious about everything. She was especially surprised to see that Fang Chen dared to enter Immortal Cave Mountain with his cultivation level. Heavens, Lord Dog's illustrious name. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2453. Asayama Sensha, Dark Cave Mountain has always existed. Why have so many people come here recently? Fang Chen ignored the big black dog and asked. Fairy Chenyan's beautiful eyes flashed. She glanced at Fang Chen and said, Within the Dark Cavern Mountain, the sword Qi is like a rainbow. There's an expert saying that a supreme treasure has appeared. Many geniuses have gathered here for the sake of this legendary supreme treasure. But there's no need to go to this extent for a treasure, right? Inside Dark Cave Mountain, there are supreme treasures and legacies everywhere. Asayama Sensha nodded slightly. She understood what Fang Chen meant. However, the latter clearly did not know much about Dark Cave Mountain. She patiently explained to Fang Chen, You may not know this, but every time there's a strange phenomenon in Dark Cave Mountain, it means that a treasure that can allow a warrior to step into the ancient god realm has appeared. Ancient god? Fang Chen exclaimed. A profound god could be said to be an expert standing at the top of the chaotic void. An ancient god expert could be said to be the strongest warrior in the chaotic void. As time passed, more and more profound god experts accumulated, but it was extremely difficult to step into the ancient god realm. In the chaotic void, the number of ancient god experts could be counted on 2 hands. One could only imagine how strong an ancient god was. Many profound god realm sovereigns could not step into the legendary ancient god realm even after spending their entire lives. They were stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through for the rest of their lives. Now, there was a chance to step into the ancient god realm. How could they not go crazy? Not only the weaker juniors, but even the old monsters who had lived for tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of years came out of seclusion. But since a treasure that can step into the ancient god realm has appeared, it will definitely cause a stir in the chaotic void. Those hidden old monsters will all come out of seclusion. How can it be our turn? Fang Chen spread his hands and asked in confusion. Asayama Sensha shook her head slightly and said, The treasure of the ancient god realm belongs to the fated ones. Besides, profound god experts will also enter. It's just that they will not be in the same space as us. There's no conflict. Not in the same layer of space. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Could it be that this immortal cave mountain had many layers of space? Immortal cave mountain is actually a hole. It's just that every time a supreme treasure appears, there will be two extremes. This is also a special method of immortal cave mountain. It's to prevent the strong from casually crushing the weak, allowing more weak to participate and have more opportunities. After the mystic true realm and the mystic god realm sovereigns enter, they will be in the same space. As for us martial artists, we will be in another space. However, these two spaces rely on each other and have something in common. Even profound God realm venerables can forget about passing through the barrier and entering our space. Asayama Sencha continued, the treasure will appear in one of the two layers of space. This depends on luck. Therefore, most of the profound God realm sovereigns did not react too strongly to this matter. This is because they are guessing that the supreme treasure this time will most likely appear in our level of space. After hearing Asayama Sencha's explanation, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He had not expected Immortal Cave Mountain to be so mysterious. Was this huge Immortal Cave Mountain artificially created, or was it born naturally? If it was artificially created, then how strong was the creator? Even an ancient God realm expert would not be able to create such a shocking land of peril. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as a crazy and bold idea popped up in his mind. Could there be an existence above the ancient God realm? As everyone knew, the power of the heavenly way maintained the stability and prosperity of the primal chaos void. However, no one had ever mentioned that someone could control the power of the heavenly way and control the entire primal chaos void. Is the primal chaos void that we are in also man-made? This reminded Fang Chen of the Galaxy universe, the Azura universe, and many other miniature universes. Back in the ancient Sword continent, he had thought that the universe was the only one and everything. However, it was only after stepping into the divine world that he gradually realized that he had been wrong all this time. The miniature universe was not naturally born. It was man-made. He shook his head forcefully and threw the many thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. This question was too serious. Even Reverend Hei Kai and the others might not be able to answer it. If he wanted to find out the truth, he would have to step into the ancient God realm. However, the ancient God realm was too far away. He did not know when he would be able to step into it. Forget it. It's too unrealistic. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, his gaze fell on the sparkling wavy lake again. He listened carefully to Asayama Sencha's description of the various things in Immortal Cave Mountain. In fact, the appearance of the treasure in Immortal Cave Mountain is traceable. After countless years of development, many top experts have already figured out a certain pattern. That's why I'm almost certain that the supreme treasure will appear in our space. This is also the reason why so many supreme talents from various forces have rushed into Wavy Lake. When Asayama Sencha said this, a solemn look appeared on her pretty face. One could imagine that in the following period of time, there would be rivers of blood flowing in Immortal Cave Mountain. I see. Fang Chen nodded. In fact, Immortal Cave Mountain is not very attractive to profound God realm reverends. What can really attract them is the legendary Heavenly Master Sea, Asayama Sencha said slowly. Heavenly Master Sea? This was not the first time Fang Chen had heard of the Heavenly Master Sea. There was the Heavenly Master Sea in the south and Immortal Cave Mountain in the north. This was a saying that had been circulating in the Chaos Void. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Master Sea was the most dangerous place in the Chaos Void. Immortal Cave Mountain was the only place comparable to the Heavenly Master Sea. Strictly speaking, Immortal Cave Mountain was slightly weaker than the Heavenly Master Sea. However, Immortal Cave Mountain was already infinitely close to the Heavenly Master Sea. It is said that every treasure in the Heavenly Master Sea has the power to allow a profound God realm reverend to step into the ancient God realm. However what? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. As a profound god, he was very sensitive to such topics. Perhaps he would encounter it in the future. Some treasures are not suitable for everyone. Once the treasure backfires, death is certain. Asayama Sencha said, over the years, There have been many more profound God Realm Reverends who died in the Heavenly Master Sea than in the Chaos Void. There were many hidden profound God Realm Reverends who were unknown to the world. They were extremely powerful and infinitely close to the ancient God Realm. However, in order to pursue that final step, they resolutely entered the Heavenly Master Sea. In the end, they never came out. The Heavenly Master Sea was the forbidden land for reverends. As for Immortal Cave Mountain, it could only be called the profound God-forbidden land. Fang Chen's heart trembled and his blood boiled. He did not know if he would have the chance to enter the Heavenly Master Sea in this lifetime. Along the way, Fang Chen listened to Asayama Sensei's explanation. She seemed to enjoy explaining to Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the core of Wavy Billow Lake. Everyone stopped in their tracks and floated above Wavy Billow Lake, gazing ahead. At the forefront, there was an unparalleled mountain peak. That was the legendary Immortal Cave Mountain. Buzz. Immortal Cave Mountain was surrounded by an extremely dense energy. Looking at it from afar, Fang Chen's heart trembled and his scalp went numb. Is this Immortal Cave Mountain? The mountain peak towered into the clouds, standing upright as if it had existed since ancient times. Around Immortal Cave Mountain, besides the grey fog, there were 3 large words condensed from the origin energy. Immortal Cave Mountain. Every word contained a majestic martial intent realm. When Fang Chen looked at the 3 words, he was immediately captivated. Just as he was immersed in comprehending the martial path, he suddenly felt someone pulling him. He woke up abruptly and looked to the side in confusion. The big black dog stuck out its tongue and was licking his face. "You," Fang Chen exclaimed and hurriedly jumped away, looking at the big black dog with disdain. "You took my kindness for granted. I saved your life. Not only are you not grateful, but you also despise me," the big black dog said unhappily. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Venerable Black Red spoke. "There is a very strong illusion on Immortal Cave Mountain. You have already fallen into the illusion. If Xiao Hei did not wake you up, you would have been trapped in the illusion forever, unable to extricate yourself. In the end, you would have exhausted your life force and died here," Venerable Black Red said. "Illusion?" Fang Chen exclaimed.